the sports leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, this is going to be a fun one of mixed emotions because hell yeah, what a win by the Golden State Warriors. Are you kidding me? The kind of win that tells me these guys could go all the way until you scratch the needle across the record and tell me that Steph Curry strained his hamstring and is out indefinitely. Uh-oh, we got a day of mixed emotions, sports fans. We're here for it. 4 hours of yeah, 4 hours of no. So, you ready for as they say, what do they call it? A bipolar show here, Marcus? A split personality show?
Yeah.
Good morning, brother.
A little bit of a yin and yang show for us this morning because what a night it was last night between the Warriors getting that win with Steph Curry getting down, the Giants holding on for a win out in Wrigley. I know we don't want to digress too much on the Giants, Murph, but what a show we are going to have today. I would say I'm ready to go, but I think I got the wrong shorts on this morning.
I amused myself with a tweet last night. I said, easily the best win ever when Buddy Hield wears the wrong shorts. Yeah. Easily. Like, those stats, how are they on the road after 1 day rest? How are they, at home when they play all their starters 30 minutes? How are they on the road in the playoffs when Buddy Hield wears the wrong shorts? They're 1-0 is the answer. Who was the other? Did this happen recently?
Well,
refresh my memory here.
We had the short gate controversy with Brandon Ayuk dropping his shorts on the practice field.
There you go.
808 KNBR. Who took off their shorts better, Brandon Ayuk or Buddy Hield?
The answer is Buddy Hield.
Buddy dropped trouser last night, Murph.
I would add the Pat Spencer skyhook as also when the Warriors 1-0 in playoff games on the road when Pat Spencer hits second half skyhooks off the glass, baby. Oh, what a night. Listen, the Minnesota Timberwolves, bro. If I'm in Minneapolis today, I'm like, wait a minute. You telling me Steph Curry went out with a hamstring with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter and we lost to the Warriors who just finished a 7-game series and only had 1 day rest and we had 5 days rest? Bro, if you're the Minnesota Timberwolves today, you better take a long look in the mirror. And if you're the Golden State Warriors, you're feeling fantastic about that win and just riding that momentum and showing that championship medal, except for the gigantic thundercloud on the horizon that is Steph Curry's hamstring. So if you missed it, everybody, first of all, where the hell were you? And second of all, we might as well call it in bright and early because against all odds, shout out to Phil Collins. How can I just let you walk away? Come on, anybody? Yeah. It's a bad movie from the 80s with the Phil Collins ballad. Take a look at me now. You guys know that one. Yes, you do.
All right.
Anyway, against all odds, after a 7-game series with two 35-year-olds and a 37-year-old on 1 day rest against young Ant Edwards, who's a freaking leopard, a freaking 23-year-old superstar. Against all odds, we had Bruce Frazier calling Adam Silver. Silver says, no way. No way you're calling me right now. He said, way, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Western Conference Playoffs semifinals. Game 1 in Minnesota. Golden State Warriors 99. Minnesota Timberwolves 88.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, what a dance with Steph Curry.
There it is. Ooh, the way Marcus hits that note is how Steph's hamstring feels today.
Yeah, kind of just pulled up like, that wasn't the greatest. But who am I going to dance with now, Murph, if Steph Curry has his hamstring injury?
Can I riff? You're going to dance with number 61, brother. That's who you're going to riff.
I want to dance with Pat Spencer.
Tell you what, that guy balled out last night.
But he did.
I tell you what,
he's balled out a few times.
He gets on the court, and I'm sure all the dudes are like, look, get this guy. I have a buddy. He derisively refers to him as the lacrosse player. Oh, yeah, guess what? Lacrosse player balled his cojones off last night.
He's also a NBA player.
Yeah, exactly.
And he can ball, dude. It's funny, even on the broadcast last night, they're like, Pat Spencer looking like he came straight off the court from a YMCA.
There's nothing like let's call it for what it is. There's nothing like undersized white guys in an NBA game, dude.
Especially ones that are rocking number 61 on their back, looking like a pulling guard.
Oh, man. So who are you going to dance with? Well, I think the answer is this. First of all, you might not dance with anybody game 2. I mean, because we can almost start looking at, I don't want to call it forfeiting game 2, but you've done your job now. And now your only job is to somehow, and it's funny that Tony saw Karate Kid this week. Because we need to do, Mr. Bailey, clap the hands and rub them together. That's what he does. Get the hands on Steph's hamstring.
That's it.
So listen, I'm not totally conceding game 2. I'm only 99% conceding game 2. But who do you want to dance with? You want to dance with Rick Celebrini? Maybe we need Armando. Maybe we need Jimmy's dog to get on this thing.
Somebody call up Armando quick.
But, I mean, Marcus, let's be real now. Hamstrings they're some of the worst injuries in sports.
Yeah.
They are devastating, and they can be... Listen, the Warriors benefited from this on Chris Paul back in 18, remember? 17 or 18, whichever, my brain, I probably should have researched it before the show. Remember, there was a big time, the Rockets were like, Chris Paul pulled his hammy and he missed the last couple games. We're like, yeah, bummer. That's what happens in sports, and that's where Steph is right now. So let's be realistic. Game 2 Thursday... No.
Not feeling great about it.
Well, no, I mean...
Especially since we saw Minnesota kind of creep back into that game in the fourth quarter last night.
I'm asking about Steph specifically now. Let's do a Steph
I
question
don't think Steph is playing on Thursday.
No.
And the way that
Now,
Steve Kerr talked about him doesn't sound like he's playing
Saturday
on Thursday.
game 3. I mean, you could be looking at... So there's only one day off between Thursday, Saturday, and Monday. He could miss all those. Then there's a 3-day rest between games 5 and 6.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just throwing this out there as a scenario right now where he doesn't come back until game 6. I'm just throwing that out there. Listen, I'm not a freaking, who am I, Nostradamus? I can't, for all I know, he plays 35 minutes tomorrow night. But I'm just saying that's a realistic scenario where he misses 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, and I know the Warriors are going to get the MRI results today.
Yeah.
So stay tuned
so I'm getting
for
ahead
all
of
the
myself,
updates.
yes.
But I think you're right. I think it's more than likely that he will not play on Thursday. Then it brings up the question of whether or not he's good to go on Saturday. And this is all going to come down to the health of Steph Curry and what he feels like he can play through. But also, you talk about these injuries, hamstring injuries, they're so fickle and they can linger if you don't take care of them and not give yourself enough rest. So really, to me, the real question is, can the Warriors just tread water in this series until Steph Curry can come back? And Murph, they might be able to if they're playing this level of defense, where they're holding Minnesota to 31 points in the first half, 88 total overall. It was one of my big keys when we gave our prediction yesterday is the Warriors defense slowing down Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota T-Wolves. Yes, I don't think they're going to shoot as bad as they did last night, but also give credit where credit is due to Steve Kerr, the rotation, and the defense that they displayed yesterday, because you can make the case, and I think most people would agree, that the Warriors are a better defensive team without Steph Curry on the court. We've seen multiple situations where Steve Kerr will make that move to take Curry off the court down the stretch in the fourth quarter. So defensively, they can improve. Will they have enough offensive firepower to maybe steal another game from Minnesota?
I mean, they held the Wolves to 88 last night.
Yeah.
This is after, they did this. It's like they've held 3 between the Rockets and the Wolves now. They've had 3 games where they held the opponent under 90. And so to your point, they can't. So what will it involve? Then who's going to score the basketball? It's a 2-person answer. It's Jimmy. And I already read that, first of all, he looked so tired at the end of the game last night. And he was limping.
Exhausted.
He was limping. We need Armando, his dog, to get on that derriere and rub it down. But he already said I read in Anthony Slater's piece, he's already talking about getting in the gym today to hone his one-on-one game because he knows because he did not shoot it well last night, 7 for 20. He was also mildly tentative a couple times. A couple times he passed up shots that he had in the lane. I don't know if that's because he's tired, fatigued, Rudy Gobert was there, whatever, but those Miami Heat Jimmy Butler performances, that's what you're going to need.
Yeah.
The other answer is our boy Chivano.
Oh,
Buddy.
I want to dance with my buddy.
I'll dance with Buddy freaking Hield. He now has tied an NBA record for the most three-pointers in a two-game stretch. 9 on Sunday, 5 yesterday. That ties an NBA playoff record, 14 threes over a 2-game stretch. He looks like he's beginning to find something, dude. He's beginning to find, and that magic word, confidence. Mm-hmm. And you never know who's gonna rise, who's gonna fall. He's never really been in this situation. He'd played 4 playoff games his entire life. He'd kind of coasted along as the funny guy on the team and, disappeared for stretches. Maybe this has been in him all along. I don't know.
Maybe there is an inner Batman that we've seen in the last 2 games, because there he was at the podium yesterday, and I know we're got to play some of that sound of Jimmy and Chavano, Buddy Hield, hanging out together, doing the post-game press conference together, and Buddy straight up goes, yeah, I'm Batman. You're Robin. I'm Batman. We got a new Batman in town.
Absolutely incredible. So there's your answer. I mean, it's a 2-person answer to score. So yes. So right now at 6:10 in the morning, 6:11 in the morning, the answer is defense and Jimmy and Buddy. Can you survive until Steph comes back?
Hell, and we'll see if Draymond can put that backpack on, hit 4 more 3-pointers like he did last night.
And get my guy 61 out there, just dribbling around going, who the hell's this guy? It's a pickup game at the Y. Tuesday night rec league.
Yeah, how'd he sneak on the court?
Unbelievable. Well, listen, we got to call in a Giants game on the other side, but we're here for you. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How long can they hang on without Steph? How long can they hang on without Steph? It is an incredible high for the win, an incredible low that Steph is out. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm Batman.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, Bay Area. What statement did the Warriors make without Steph last night? That is our question of the day, and you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Curry's hurt though, Coach. Something grabbed him. He's asking for relief from that bench. Not sure what it was, but he came out of there hobbled.
Steph Curry, officially a left hamstring strain, will not return.
They held Houston under 90 points in 2 of the wins in round 1. They're going to hold Minnesota under 90 points tonight. Golden State is simply a great defensive basketball team.
Something about the road teams here. First time in NBA history, all 4 road teams win game 1 in a division or conference semifinal game in the same season.
Listen to how quiet that is in Minnesota. Look at Tony going to the jukebox. Come on, kick it in, Phil. Kick it in right now, baby. Take a look at the Warriors. Yeah, there it is. It's not really a victory song at all. No, I was joking about Against All Odds. And Tony went into the jukebox and found Phil Collins, Against All Odds from the 80s. It's more of a sad breakup song, but hey, we'll take it for the title. Against All Odds. Take a look at the Warriors now, everybody. The Warriors did it. So well done, Tony, finding this gem from the 80s. You heard Brian Anderson. You heard Stan Van Gundy. Shout out Stan Van coming on with Papa and Silver yesterday. That was enjoyable. And man, oh man, Against All Odds without Steph Curry. So again, if you're just joining us, good morning. But it's going to be a damn split personality show today because that was a fantastic win and that was a crushing loss of Steph Curry. We won't get the MRI results until later on today. So good morning, Young Tone here after the 99-88 win. Your thoughts, buddy, as you watched the shocker with the big silver, I should say, with the big rain cloud over it.
Yeah, what's up, Tony?
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm not surprised. I predicted the game 1 win. I thought they were going to come out and just be the better team. They've played more recently. They had the more rhythm going into it. And then the Timberwolves were off for like 3 or 4 days at least. So, yeah, and then the other big story going into it that I was talking about was Jonathan Kuminga. Was he going to get some run? I figured they were going to use the bench today. He played like 13 or 14 guys.
13 minutes for Kuminga, and he played 12 guys. Yeah, dude, the box score is incredible. By the way, how's Trace Jackson-Davis feeling? I couldn't get into that game last night.
No.
Coach.
What about our guy Braxton Key?
It was time for Kevin Knox, too. By the way, Kevin Knox can play a little bit, too.
See, that's the thing. Kevin Knox was one of those guys, lottery picked by the Knicks. He's one of those guys that kind of stepped up in that Game 5 against Houston where Pat Spencer and TJD were out here getting to it on the court with Şengün before Pat Spencer got ejected from that game. And it's still hilarious that from that entire Rockets-Warriors series with all the beef, Pat Spencer was the one dude who got ejected throughout that entire series. It's hilarious, but to your point, that's Kevin Knox, that's Pat Spencer, that's some of the bench that we saw that was ready to go in Game 5 that almost had that comeback in the fourth quarter against the Houston Rockets. Those were some of the guys who were ready last night.
Dude, Pat Spencer's stock up. And it's funny, man, listen, we all pay attention. Steph. Oh, get him Jimmy. Steph and Jimmy. But those Farhan Zaidi-like roster spots you need to pay attention to. Because you never know when you're going to have to call on 61. And you never know when he's going to go on the road in a hostile environment and play just flat out play his balls off. 11 minutes, 2 of 4 from the field. Ready for this? 2 boards, 2 steals. Okay, brother? He was 4 points. I was enthralled by the fearlessness with which he played, kind of like, as you mentioned, headbutting Şengün. And like I told you, there's a whole army of people out there that when he's out there, people are like, what's going on, man? We got like a 5'9" lacrosse player? No, man. You got yourself a baller. In fact, Draymond Green, after the game, shouting out my new guy, Pat Spencer.
Pat is a damn good basketball player, and I know he don't look like it. He don't just jump off the page at you when you see him in a basketball jersey. I don't think the number 61 helps him, but he's one of the toughest guys on this team.
Dude, he's no lies at all. He doesn't look like it. The number 61 doesn't help him.
Who the hell gave him number 61? That is not a basketball number.
I don't know, but he can pull on a sweep real well, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out John Ayers, anybody with me in the 1980s
Nice.
49ers there. Man, oh man. So yeah, Spencer, other guys, Moses Moody only played 9 minutes.
Yeah, not
Quentin
the night
Post
for Moses
6,
Moody I
Guy
was looking
Santos 4, Kevon Looney,
a
6 boards,
dog.
14 minutes. Johnny Kuminga, as you mentioned, and you won a bet, didn't you, Young Tone?
I did. So a nice little friendly wager with our guy Jack Loader, obviously friend of the program. His dad listens, I know, all the time.
Hey,
So
Mr. Loader.
Put the line at 10. I said Jonathan Kuminga, he's going to play more than 10 minutes tonight. Loader said he's going to play maybe 5.
I had the under.
So we put a little money down, and then Loader, after I won that bet last night, text me, and I didn't even respond. I'm not giving this any energy last night. He said the bet is void post-Steph injury, completely hijacked the rotation.
So I'm assuming he's riffing.
I would hope so.
If he's not riffing,
He went to Marcus with the same take, so I don't know.
we got a problem if he's not riffing. We got a big problem.
This is a man from the betting community.
What
he
were the
claims.
stakes? A Gambino's deli sandwich?
We threw a 20 down. $20.
Which might get you a Gambino's. Depending on how you order it, might get you a Gambino's. You might need more.
Nice little dove for young Tony.
They ain't giving things away in San Francisco these days.
Oh,
I'll tell you that
absolutely
right now,
not.
man.
Absolutely
My
not.
kingdom for the discount deli sandwich.
Ooh.
It's tough to find.
Yeah. No discounts around here.
Total digression. You guys, somehow, some way on my algorithm, Instagrams, I had Hunter Pence wolfing down sandwiches up here at Molinari.
I saw that, yeah.
It showed up on your feed, too?
Yes. Like a sandwich
I
guy.
got to tell you, the sandwich looked pretty good. But anyway, speaking of Hunter Pence, we should probably, before we get the guest list, pay homage to a game that, talk about a split personality game. Ooh. I'm like grudgingly happy the Giants won last night because I'm so pissed that they blew another Verlander win. And it's crazy because I got no emotional attachment to Justin Verlander. I'm an admirer of his talent from afar. You know, I'm glad we beat him in the 2012 World Series, all that stuff. And when Buster signed him, I'm like, well, if Buster wants him, he must be a good signing. And you know, he showed up. He did his press conference. A little miff that he hasn't come on our show, you know, even though we've asked for him, all that stuff. But I support him. He's wearing the orange and black. And I've been like, look at this guy at age 42, pitching pretty well. And on April 20th in Anaheim, he has a 5-1 lead. Ryan Walker blows it. He blew a 5-1 lead. So like, what's going on here? Get this guy a win.
It's not the first time this year.
Last Thursday against the Rockies, he hands the ball to Tyler Rogers with the lead. Okay, go ahead and blows it. Okay, what? Stop. Enough of the nonsense. Last night in Chicago, 5-3 lead, hands the ball to Ryan Walker, blows it again.
You blew it.
Unbelievable. So 2 Ryan Walkers, a Tyler Rogers. It's been 4 straight games where he's pitched well enough to win. Now, in fairness, against Verlander, he did only go 5. So maybe, you know, does that, quote unquote, earn you a win? You know, we knocked Blake Snell for going 5 and dive.
Yeah, he qualified for a win, though.
I know,
and to
but
your
I'm saying
point, it's
it
like
wasn't
he's
like
had
a legendary performance.
No, it's not like he went 8 innings and then Ryan Walker came in and blew it in the 9th. But again, for the 3rd or 4th straight game now, he's pitched good enough to get a win. He's qualified for a win. They were in a position to win when he left the game. They still ended up winning last night, but he does not get that W in the box score. As we're sitting here wondering if he can not only get to 268. I know he wants to get to 300, but he's still sitting here at 267, I
Get me
believe.
to 263.
I know.
How's that for a goal? Let's make 263 the new 300.
Yeah.
I mean, Hall of Fame voters, he won 263. Put him in. Anyway, then if you guys missed it because you were watching the Warriors and Steph grabbing his hamstring and Pat Spencer balling out and Buddy Hield making threes and playoff Jimmy scoring or assisting on every bucket in the 4th quarter, the Giants put up a 9 spot in the top of the 11th. That's right, the biggest single extra inning in franchise history, the biggest single extra inning in the history of Wrigley Field, which has been around since 1912, right? So they scored 9 in the 11th inning. It's cold comfort for Justin Verlander, but it is a win for Pat Burrell to call Rob Manfred. Manfred said, don't call me during the basketball game. I'm watching the Warriors. He said, well, when you have time, you empty suit, put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 14, Chicago Cubs 5.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning's fun.
Yeah. Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
All right, 23-14, and both the Dodgers and Padres lost last night. Thank you, Yankees.
Yeah, Yankees finally got a win, and Dodgers got walked off last night.
By the Marlins.
How about that?
And then finally, Jung-Hoo Lee with some fans in Wrigley Field. He's got the Korean fan base out there.
They don't call it Wrigley Field for no reason, Murph.
I like that. Jung-Hoo Lee, number 4.
Big fly. Boom.
There you go, man. All right, guest list, Tony, on a Wednesday, May 7, 2025. Giants get a win in crazy fashion. Warriors, somehow, some way. And can I make a hot take right now as the horns play? I mean, I know this could come back to bite me, but I've spent my entire life saying dumb things that have come back to bite me. But Minnesota Timberwolves are a significantly less... What am I trying to say? The Minnesota Timberwolves present a significantly less... I can't even speak. I'm trying to say hurdle. The Minnesota Timberwolves don't appear to be as big a hurdle as the Houston Rockets.
Wow.
That's my take.
That's a hot take at 6:27.
I'm going to say it right now. I'm just going to say it right now. It was one of the things I said yesterday, and I know. Just want to get that out there. We can discuss that. All right, what do we got, Tony?
That's a hot take.
Yeah.
I didn't really hear it. I'm not going to lie to you. I was talking to Curly.
Okay, go ahead. What do you got?
Scorching hot. What do we got, Tony?
What did young Tony ask today at 7:15? Mike Krukow going to join the show at 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. Chris Broussard going to join us at 8:15. He's been covering the NBA for years.
Oh, yeah.
He's a great guest. Cooler content 8:30, and then our guy Sam Gordon going to recap the Warriors game for us at 8:50 this morning.
And look ahead. So we're asking you, how long can they hang on without Steph? Can they do it without Steph? 808 KNBR, bang the number. Today's a day, man. What a win. What a crushing injury. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom and text line. 808 KNBR is the phone number on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Day to day, he'll get an MRI tomorrow. I talked to him at halftime. Just, he's obviously crushed, but, the guys picked him up and played a great game. And obviously we're all, concerned about Steph, but it's part of the game. You just, guys get hurt and you move on. Our guys did a great job of moving on and getting a great win, 48 hours after a Game 7 road win. It's an amazing group of guys. These guys they compete, they're together. We've been the best defense in the league since the Jimmy trade, and that's what's keeping us afloat right now.
Defense, kids, defense, but man, oh man, the Steve Kerr comments on Steph Curry resonate. Just like Marcus's request here resonates. You want to fill us in here, buddy?
Yeah, you asked the question, how long can the Warriors survive without Steph Curry? And instantly it triggered this song, Spirits by the Bee Gees. And you heard the chorus, how long must we wait, Murph? That's the question. How long are the Warriors going to be without Steph?
Again, this is so funny. There was that weird thing where about this. The album Spirits Having Flown, right?
Yeah, so I told you I know about this song due to a hype video that was promoting a UFC fight between Khabib Nurmagomedov and Tony Ferguson. Which I don't know how the hell they did it.
My sister had this album.
Yeah.
It's like, go look. I remember seeing this album in my sister's bedroom on vinyl. Dude, we're talking like 77, 78, 79, Spirits Having Flown. And it is connected to you. Yeah, that's incredible.
It's one of my favorite fight promos of all time. It's got video footage of Khabib wrestling against a bear when he's a kid. Tony Ferguson just like punching trees and still posting stuff. It's awesome.
We're hot today with Phil Collins and the Bee Gees. We're hot, hot, hot.
You hear this? How long must I wait, Tony?
Wait. These guys can sing.
How long must I wait in the end?
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Just like the business you got over there, buddy, huh?
Yeah, that's it. These Bee Gees riffs and rejoins are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
And if you want something to take your mind off the Steph hamstring, you got Giants baseball early this morning, 10:20 pregame. First pitch, 11:20, the classic 1:20 start at Wrigley Field, and it's the red-hot Robbie Ray who's feeling it right now. He's the ball's coming out of his hand nicely.
Tight pants Robbie Ray.
Against a guy named Ben Brown for the Cubs. John Miller and Dave Fleming on the call as the Giants actually try to win a series from a Cubs team that's been playing real well the first part of the season. Then they go to Thursday. They have Thursday off. They're in Minnesota Friday. Our great friend John Plattsy from Stanford said, any chances of a Giant celeb sighting at Game 2? Because the Giants will be up in Minnesota. At what Giant would they, TNT would, there's not a single Giant TNT would show.
Willie Adames?
Would they show him?
I think they might show Willie.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee does have the aura.
I need to see Pat Spencer come over and dap up Jung-Hoo Lee courtside.
I need Pat Spencer dapping up Pat Bailey courtside. That's what I need. A couple guys rocking headbands.
They both like America.
Yeah, so do we. So do we, Pat and Pat.
All right, guys. Well, let's get right into it, man. The hamstring is a huge cloud on our mood today. I mean, what a great. I can't really remember a time when such a great win gets such a cloud because let's be honest, man, hamstrings are the real deal. This is not like Jimmy played, Jimmy's sore A, that was a problem. My man has gutted it out tremendously. And that's why he's playoff Jimmy. That's why he's Jimmy Butler, who we all just incredibly enjoyed for the last 3 months here since he got to town. But the hamstring's no joke. You can't really play through a hamstring. I mean, oof. So I'm looking at the schedule, guys. Tomorrow night, let's just write it off. He ain't playing tomorrow night. We know that for sure. So right off Game 2, I mean, I don't know. Could the Warriors go? We had somebody text in and say, Warriors go win Game 2 without Steph. Say playoff Jimmy will feel the disrespect. I don't know. Either way, Game 3 is Saturday. I'd say that's doubtful too. I honestly would. And again, who am I? Am I freaking Marcus Welby? Am I a doctor? I don't know. Game 4 is Monday, May 12th. Now you're talking 6 days since the strain. Game 5, now you got to get on a plane and fly to Minnesota. It's Wednesday, a week from today. So you're really talking about 1 week? Like usually a hamstring 1 week is like minimum, right? Minimum.
You would think.
So, then the only break I see is the 3 days off, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Game 6 in San Francisco, Sunday, May 18th. And maybe, that's my initial sketch is, can you survive until next Sunday, a week from Sunday, May 18th? All you need to do is win one to still have this series going. I think the answer is yes. I think they can win one without Steph of the next 4. Dare I say, could they win 2 of the next 4 without Steph?
Yeah, because that's the problem. If Steph is out for that length of time, then you would be bringing Steph back to a 3-2 series deficit.
In San Francisco.
In San Francisco, you would have to put the team on your back, which we've seen Steph Curry do before, so you'd be digging yourself a little bit of a hole. But, Murph, it goes back to what I said in the first segment. Can the Warriors' defense win them 1 or 2 games?
Yeah.
And we've seen the defensive units without Steph Curry on the court. And so maybe that's the biggest case for the argument for the Warriors. As we previewed the series yesterday, we talked about the Houston Rockets defense and the difference between the Minnesota T-Wolves defense, but we also told you that the Warriors have a better defense than both of these teams, and it would be a key to winning games in this series. And maybe this is something that we can discuss with young Tony, because off air we were discussing the factors between rust versus rest. Maybe Minnesota was a little rusty, but I mean, they were missing 3-pointers in that closeout game against the Lakers also. So I would assume that Minnesota is going to make more shots. I don't think they're going to start every game missing 16 3-pointers to start the game, but also give some credit to the Warriors defense for forcing them to miss 16 3-pointers to start yesterday's game. And so that's the key here. Can the Warriors defensively hold them to under 100 points, under 90, like they did last night, and can they get enough offense?
I mean, they might be able to.
Yeah.
They might be able to. And if Trevano keeps making these, Buddy Hield, the new Buddy, my little 13-year-old, Rory the Greek, had a pretty funny riff. He goes, well, Dad, he goes, the playoff cycle, he goes, the Buddy Hield cycle started all over again because they made the playoffs. It's a new season, so it's a new cycle. That means we're going to get him good for 10 games.
Oh,
That's
no.
what he says.
Hopefully. Hopefully it's 10 games.
Rory also had an interesting riff, too. He goes, look at all the Minnesota Timberwolves fans. They're wearing their shirts. He goes, not like those Warriors fans who want to show off their plaid jackets. I go, wait a minute, what?
A plaid jacket.
I go, where'd you go with plaid jacket? He's like, I don't know.
He's just riffing. Let my man riff.
He tried to riff.
These damn plaid jackets.
He's like, Marcus wants to show off his plaid jacket.
Exactly.
I don't know where he came up with that.
It's me out there in the plaid jacket.
I never got a good answer. Then we just kept on with the game. I'm like, where'd he come up with that?
Which I will say, as me being the anti-T-shirt guy here at the station, I'm anti-T-shirt because I don't want to cover up a jersey that I'm wearing to a game. These rich guys, these tech guys who are sitting there with their plaid jackets, they're not even showing off their favorite Warriors jersey. They're just showing off that damn plaid jacket. So, yeah, those guys should have the T-shirts on.
Oh, man. Hey, Young Tone, we need a little Steve Kerr after the game. If you guys had to go to bed early and missed it, what did Steve Kerr say right after the game?
I didn't say anything. By the time we got into halftime, into the locker room, Steph was already in there with an ice bag on his hamstring, and the guys already knew. And we didn't say anything. We just told Gary he'd start for Steph, and we talked about the plan for the second half.
Okay, so yeah, they had to do that, and then after the game, Tony, was that Y or Z5, buddy? That was Z5. Give me the cut Y. What's his? Oh, you were rejoined that. My bad. So, yeah, I was too busy listening to the Bee Gees, Spirits Having Flown.
It'll do that to you.
Draymond Green had his story, his version of what happened. Cut Z7 about what happened in the second quarter when Steph pulled up.
Well, I didn't see what happened. I also didn't see that he had grabbed his hamstring. I just saw him limping a bit. So I walked over to him, tell him good pass, and he was kind of walking towards the locker room. And I said, you good? He was like, I'll be back. And he just kept it pushing. But we didn't really know what was going on for a while. Several minutes, game time minutes, which, is a lot longer than just minutes. We didn't know for a long time. And then they finally told us it was a hamstring. A little deflating, but we knew, he did a great job of helping us build a comfortable enough lead. And
a little deflating to say a lot. You can't give the Warriors enough credit for hanging on to this game, knowing that their horse is out there. In fact, Jimmy makes no bones about it. His entire postgame with TNT was like, I need 30. You got Jimmy cut one postgame. But by the way, an exhausted Jimmy Butler. Yeah. But we've seen this in playoff Jimmy in the Heat. He was like this with the Heat.
Yeah.
Just like crawling off the court after the game was over.
But also, here's a conversation that we can get into today. Are they more exhausted because they did not close out the last series in Game 5
Yes.
or in Game 6?
Well-
And did that lead at all to the Steph Curry hamstring injury? I don't want to connect the dots like that. Again, we're not doctors, but there are people making those accusations
And
on social media.
I wouldn't call it an accusation. I would just say it's logic.
Yeah, just people trying to connect the dots was what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I think it's it's totally reasonable. In fact, it's likely. It's likely that that's the scenario, that at age 37, having to play those extra games led to this.
I mean, the way that he runs around, we didn't even talk about that Game 7. The Amen Thompson cramp up in his leg when Steph Curry hit that 3 over him. This is a 22-year-old kid that's cramping because he can't keep up with Steph Curry on the court. That's the kind of work that he puts in, running around. We talk about the soccer mileage that he piles up when you track him on the court, how much he runs, the conditioning, the pace. It's going to catch up to you at some point. Maybe it caught up to Steph Curry last night.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the Jimmy Butler. He's like, give me 30 here.
Big time for the guys. We want Steph back, I'll tell you that. It's hard playing without that man. But we got one on the road, came here, did what we had to do. Great, with a new group in the playoffs. I don't think you get asked for anything better than to be here and get a dub in Minnesota.
And then I think the young gal, what's her name? I'm sorry I didn't get the name. It wasn't Allie LaForce. I need to get her name to give her credit. But it was TNT. She said, what did you learn? And he's like, we learned this. The second cut here, yeah.
That Steph is our best player, and the game is much easier when we got him.
There it is. You might want to keep that cut like for the next week. Again, so, you look around on the WebMD and all that stuff, you're talking like a week to 10 days is a reasonable time to rest a hamstring. That's literally what puts you at Game 6 next Sunday. And even then, does he come back full strength? Now, again, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
No doubt.
There isn't an MRI yet, but we just be realistic. You can't really mess around with hamstrings.
No, but I will say I do sort of view it as a good sign that Steph Curry told Draymond Green, jogging off the court, that he would be back. And we know that the Warriors will be cautious. We know that Rick Celebrini wants to take care of his guys. It was also encouraging to see Steph Curry and that video footage of him kind of jogging down the tunnel when he went to the locker room.
But all of the beat guys said that he limped out of the locker room.
So again, that's a bad look also. But the fact that he was able to walk off the court underneath his own strength might be a good sign. But again, these hamstring injuries are just so difficult to really diagnose.
What's the Marcus high-level athlete experience with a hamstring injury?
Oh, the hamstring's fine.
Oh, the hamstring's fine, Murph. The hamstring's fine.
Wait a minute. Where'd you get that?
Dude, I don't even know why. I told you. I just got Costanza talking about his hamstring on my soundboard.
Oh, the hamstring's fine.
Yeah.
Wow.
It works for this occasion. But no, never really had too many hamstring injuries, more like knee issues and back issues. I don't know. I mean, everybody kind of feels like they pull a hammy when you don't stretch, when you don't do your flamingo stretches before the game starts. But I don't know, Murph. I've never had a serious hamstring injury. What about yourself?
Mine is when you and I always warn you guys about this. In your late 20s, early 30s is when you get fat.
Oh.
Right? You guys got to war. We got to warn against that. Yeah. And so I got fat, and I remain fat to this day.
It's coming.
I was that skinny kid and so here I was in the late 20s, early 30s. And my great buddy Harmsy ran Fog City Diner, and I lived in Russian Hills. So sometimes I would go down and eat his food and then get fatter, But one day I was like, I'm going to walk back. So there's a staircase that goes up over, up by Coit Tower, kind of, the parakeets of Russian Hill or whatever. There's kind of a hidden staircase you can take behind Levi's Plaza. Bro, I'm going up that thing and man, boing! I popped the hammy bad.
Oh, no.
By just being sheer fatness.
Walking up the stairs.
Just my fat A coming upstairs. And dude, that
tough.
thing lingered. It lingered.
Then you're stuck in the middle of the staircase. You're like, do I keep going up? Do I go down?
I'm like Steph grabbing the back, and it's like right underneath the glute,
that's
right
tough.
underneath the glute.
That's tough.
Anyway.
Random thing about
stay in shape, kids.
Hamstrings, since we were talking about injuries. It was offered to me when I had Tommy John surgery to take a ligament from my hamstring instead of my wrist, which I thought was weird, but instead I went with the wrist ligament instead. Just a random fact that popped in my head, that some pitchers have the option of taking a ligament from their hamstring.
You don't want to be carving up your ass.
Yeah, no, exactly. Keep Armando, the ass man, away from me.
You got the name of the TNT lass? Who was that?
Yeah, Lauren Jabara.
Sorry, there you go. I wanted to give her credit. There you go. She's there. Jimmy's like sweating and tired. He's like, yeah, man, I just need Steph back. Give me that little cut again. She's like, what did you learn tonight?
That Steph is our best player, and the game is much easier when we got him.
There it is.
My life is much easier with Steph Curry.
Stan Van's mic was hot. You could hear him laughing back in the at the broadcast booth. All right, on the other side. So that's the bad news. The good news was Buddy and Jimmy and Buddy. Who's Batman? Who's Robin? Who's Alfred? They all discussed it, and we can talk about who actually lifted them to victory next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm Batman.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Batman. We got a hellified Batman and Steph.
Jimmy's called you Batman about 4 times tonight.
What?
On interviews, on TV, on the podium, he's calling you Batman and him Robin. Has he done that to you?
No, that's why I said, well, I hadn't heard that one yet.
I get to play Robin. That's my Batman, and we got all the villains over there, Two-Face and Joker and Riddler.
That's a Batman if I've ever seen a Batman. Always coming to save the day.
Good stuff, Tony, reviving the Batman theme. The question is, where is Batman? Who is Batman? I think we have the answer in this segment here as we say, good morning to everybody. What a morning. What a night. The Golden State Warriors proving that championship medal yet again with 2 guys leading the way who were not at all part of any of their championship DNA, Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler, right? These are 2 guys where we say, the championship DNA. Well, here's 2 guys who have none of it. One guy only arrived in February. The other guy arrived in September, and they were the guys leading the way. And I guess that's the answer, Marcus, because people are saying right away, getting texts saying, who's going to score? Who's going to score the basketball? The answer is Batman and Robin. And I guess there's now been a move in the hierarchy. Actually, I know we prepped some Jimmy and Buddy sound, but I want the Draymond sound where he starts talking about the hierarchy.
See, because that's a thing, Murph. In the first half, it was looking like Draymond Green was going to step up as Batman.
I mean, that's what the Timberwolves must be like. The same way I said the Rockets must have been like, wait a minute. We did not game plan for Buddy scoring 33. The T-Wolves must have been like, whoa, bro, we did not have Draymond hitting 4 threes on us.
No, but that's what happens when Draymond steps on the court against Rudy Gobert.
So here's now we got ourselves a depth chart issue on Batman, Robin, and Alfred. Draymond tried to make sense of it.
I just saw him limping a bit, so I walked over to him, tell him good pass, and he was kind of walking towards the locker room. And I said, "You good?" He was like, "I'll be back," and he just kept it pushing. But we didn't really know what was going on for a while, several minutes, and game time minutes, which, is a lot longer than just minutes. We didn't know for a long time. And then they finally told us it was a hamstring. A little deflating, but we knew, he did a great job of helping us build a comfortable enough lead. And Robin turned into Batman. What y'all call Buddy?
Alfred.
Alfred turned into Robin. And they filled in. So it was beautiful to see.
Robin turned into Batman, so it's a depth chart. Next man up.
Yeah.
Batman out, Robin becomes Batman. Jimmy Butler assisted or scored on every basket in the fourth quarter, okay? And then Alfred, and it's funny because Jimmy didn't want to let Buddy be Alfred. Because no, you can't be part of this. And then maybe his Instagram post the other day, he gave Buddy the official holy water.
He did.
When he put the Instagram post up with Buddy saying,
him a blessing.
I am Batman.
That's it. And now Buddy's calling himself Batman after the game also. It's funny. I didn't know we had this Batman depth chart on the Golden State Warriors. Usually we're talking about QB1 and QB2.
There he is, QB1.
Hey, there he is, Batman 2. There he is, Batman 3.
I like it. Well, that's like the movies, right? How many have there been?
Yeah, exactly.
7 or 8 of them?
You've got different Batmans.
Yeah, I mean, and people rank them. People who take this stuff seriously have their thoughts. They
definitely do.
Here's Jimmy. So Jimmy and Buddy. So I went to bed. I missed this. Jimmy and Buddy did the postgame together?
Oh, dude, it was like a late night TV show, Murph. Like just sitting down on Jimmy Kimmel's couch or something.
This is why you wake up every morning. You have no idea what's going to happen. Who knew? If I told you 4 months ago that Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield were going to be riffing in Minnesota after the Warriors won a road game 1 in the Western Conference semis, you'd be like, bro, you got to get off the mushrooms.
Yeah, what universe are you living in?
Get off the mushrooms.
Can I have some of that?
At that time, the Warriors were like under 500, looking at the play-in.
People were mad about Buddy dribbling the ball.
Yeah, and Jimmy Butler was Jimmy Butler was sitting out from the Heat.
Yeah,
he'd been suspended.
Didn't have that joy, Murph.
Pat Riley was crying, the whole thing.
It was weird.
4 months later, you're telling me they're doing a cut-up routine in Minnesota after stealing a road win? Yeah. That's what's going on. This is why sports is so unpredictable, man. This is why we love it. So here it is last night, Jimmy and Buddy at the podium together on Batman and Robin.
I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right, well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttard is still who he is.
I mean, Buttard.
But you had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman like.
Right? Could you imagine Robin showing up in the wrong tights?
Exactly. That's it. They have a uniform they got to wear.
That's it.
They got a uni they got to wear.
Batman's got the wrong mask.
He comes out in like the polka dot tights instead of the yellow ones or whatever.
Shows up looking like Captain Insano.
Absolutely incredible, man. So we have what, Z14, and they still go on here. Yeah.
Jimmy switched it out. It was Jimmy's fault. Okay. Jimmy switched it out, and that's what happens. I was looking for my shorts, and I thought it was the right one. He said, "Yo, put these on." It was the right. And that was the...
That's what you're going with?
Yeah, I'm going with Jimmy. It was Jimmy's fault. His locker is next to my locker. I was looking for my shorts. He said, yo, I can't find my shorts. Oh, I see there. And I put them on, and it looked just alike. And after that, got a fine for it. So it's cool. It was Jimmy's fault. Blame Jimmy.
Oh, my God. These guys, who knew?
Blame Jimmy.
Who knew? We got our own freaking comedy duo, man. I mean... Give me the last great comedy. See, comedy duos are from the old days. Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, the Smothers Brothers. I'm naming all these 20th century acts that Tony doesn't know.
I can give you a Key and Peele.
Okay.
That's a good duo.
Perfect. There's a great one.
Yeah.
That's it right there. We got a new Key and Peele.
We hit it.
Very, very good.
Hilarious. Accusing Jimmy Butler of sabotaging him, making him wear the wrong shorts on the court.
As I said after the game, it's easily the greatest Warrior win ever when Pat Spencer makes a skyhook and Buddy Hield wears the wrong shorts. I mean, what the hell is that? By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So we got more Jimmy after the game, Z15, Tony, on what Buddy did after Steph, because Buddy scored 22 in the second half.
Yeah,
guys.
It was the short change.
There it is.
I saw Buttard be aggressive and make some timely shots and get stops in a big way. I think we all want 30 back. That is for sure. But we want him to do his best for himself, best for our group in the long run, in the long haul. And until then, we can hold down the fort. I know we can.
So what's the butter? He calls him Buttered?
Butters?
Buttered?
I think it's like Butters. Almost like Butters? Like shout out Butters from South Park, but I think he's spelling it with 2 Ds. Butters.
Butter your bread?
Yeah, hey.
Butters. Meanwhile, Jimmy, more on Z16, Tony, on Steph and having to do it without him here.
It's tough. You know, one of their greatest to ever do it. And he wants to be out there. I think he knows, and we know, how much easier the game is for us whenever he's hooping at a high level. I think we're all prepared to compete and win without him. We don't want to, but we are prepared, and we may have to. So we'll see what it all means and what it all says come tomorrow.
Yeah. Game 2 tomorrow, by the way. Do we have a start time on that one? I didn't check.
Let me check that out for you, Murph.
I probably should have done that. Why don't we go to Jeff in Santa Rosa while you check the schedule here?
Looks like it's going to be a 5:30 tip tomorrow.
Okay. With no Giants game.
No Gigantes.
Now get Willie Adames and Jung Hoo Lee courtside, though.
That's it. I need that aura in the building, Murph.
Jeff in Santa Rosa is at 808 KNBR. Start the parade of calls, guys. Bang the number. How you feeling about this split personality game? The high of the win, the low of the Steph injury. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Jeff.
Good morning. How is everybody there?
Well, I'm feeling like great. I mean, I loved that win. I just absolutely loved it. But I'm trying to also factor in this Steph situation.
Well, I mean, it's as Rocky says, and Sylvester Stallone, the great Sylvester Stallone says, it's not about how many times you get knocked down. It's about how many times you get back up and how you do it.
Are you going shower hour open on me, Jeff? Is that what you're doing? Do you remember that?
Well, I mean, I mean, don't remember what you're talking about. But I don't know if I really want to get into a shower with you at 6 in the morre.
Yeah. Good call, Jeff. Good call.
Please do not. We're good on that. Even the Jimmy and Buddy act wouldn't do that.
Hey, yo.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, what a great way to come back, and what a great way for the team to rally around him. And then now it's about, you think we're down and out? Watch me now. Hold my beer. I'll be right back.
Okay, I like it, Jeff. A little defiance. A little like, all right.
I like it.
You're going with the old coach mantra, just the way we like it. We always say that, no matter what. We're down 9 in the 9th inning, just the way we like it. We're up 3 in the 1st, just the way we like it. Tony's ball's behind a tree, just the way we like it, right? So, hey, Steph's out, just the way we like it.
Jeff in a shower with Murph, just the way he likes it.
Easy. By the way, you're going to shout out shower mishaps with males, 808 KNBR. Mayor Frank Jordan famously got into a shower with morning shock jocks Mark and Brian from L.A.
Wow.
Some believe it cost him the mayorship of San Francisco.
That is pretty shocking.
By the way, can I riff for just 30 seconds here?
Please do.
And I got to call him out. You guys know our buddy Mayor Dan Lurie, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got important things to do, right? I mean, there's things to do. Dude, I just saw on their social they posted, happy to have sat in to contribute. Dude, he's got taken time out of his mayor's day. So happy to have sat down with the filmmakers to contribute to the upcoming Marty Lurie documentary, Baseball Mensch. Wow. Don't worry about the potholes. Sit down.
That's it.
Sit down.
I'm the mayor.
Yeah. 16th in Mission, not a concern. Yeah. Tell me what you think of me. How'd I do?
I'll tell you how to clean up the streets. Show my movie on every corner.
Come on, hey Mayor, I love you and I love you, Marty. But Mayor, we got to get cleaned up. I drove around. I dropped my kid off at the Union Square Hilton on Saturday. It's not all cleaned up. All right, buddy?
Great job, brother.
Okay, let's go.
Someone say it's not orgasmic.
It's orgasmic.
Ray and Lodi. Hey, I was out in Lodi recently seeing my friend Denny Georgiadis. Ray, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Ray?
Oh, man. Hey, it's great. The Warriors got that game. And but here's what I have to say. Steph is down. Jimmy's limping. Isn't it obvious? It's Jonathan Kuminga time, man. When are you going to use him? If not now, then when?
Well, they used him
on those Timberwolves.
They did. He played 13 minutes last night, Ray.
Yeah, he did. But, he's not. Steph's not there. You don't have Jimmy. Kuminga needs to just go off.
So you're saying like a significant, you're calling for like a big time 20-plus point impactful Jonathan Kuminga performance.
Well, if you're already saying that, it's a sacrifice game, put him in there, man. Let him
I tell you what, Ray, I like it. I like what you're saying because we're saying who can score, and our answers are Buddy and Jimmy, and you're saying they had a guy who was scoring north of 20 this season until he got sideways with the coaching staff and Kerr and everybody. So. Ray, I'm with you, man. Maybe this crazy, twisted journey involves the return of Kuminga in a big way. I mean, it's a big ask because his confidence is low, and he hasn't played a ton with Butler and Draymond because Kerr said, I can't play him with those guys. Well, guess what? Now you have to.
Yeah.
Now you have to.
I was going to say, theoretically, it makes sense when you have the talent of a Jonathan Kuminga on your bench. You need 20 points. Jonathan Kuminga is a guy that can go out and get you 20 points. But is it the style of which Steve Kerr wants to achieve those 20 points? Which might sound ridiculous to people, but we also know about the style of basketball that Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green play. Oh. And Steve Kerr has told us that he does not trust Jonathan Kuminga to play with those guys. So I don't know if you really can trust Jonathan Kuminga in a playoff series. You might not have any other options at this point, but I don't know if it's there because last time the Warriors needed Kuminga to eat up minutes in a game where they kind of waved the white flag on, Jonathan Kuminga popped up on the injury report with a migraine.
Well, we'll see now. I mean, that's different now.
Yeah,
Ray, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. This is like that old line, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, where you sometimes have to, it's like Kuminga is if Kuminga and Kerr are enemies, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's like, I need you now, buddy. We now have a common goal. You want to get paid this summer.
That's the key.
And, I mean, let's talk about that. Follow the money at all times, right? Why is Jimmy happy? He got paid. Why is Kuminga freaking out? Because he's headed towards the summer of uncertainty. You can go make yourself a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Raise your value. Yeah. Show teams around the league that you can play with other players.
And help a team win along the way. Chris in San Jose is next up at 808 KNBR. Chris, good morning.
What's up, Chris?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking the call.
Happy to, buddy. Happy to. What you got? Let's talk Warriors, buddy.
Well, first of all, Waterboy.
What's up, brother?
Fremont.
You know, Chris.
This is your occasional shout out, Chris. I got you. Yes, I got you.
Sunnyvale.
Hey, I really want to shout out Day Draymond Green. When he gets off to a good start, especially when he's sinking threes like that, and they get off to a good start early in the ball game. I mean, I think that's a key for them, right? And everybody kind of the rest of the team gets galvanized and they kind of play off Draymond. He's also proving he should have been at least co-defensive player of the year. And just regards to Kuminga, just in watching him, he needs to play more like GP2 does. If he learned to play more like GP2, and shout out to Chris Paul last year and the pick and roll game that he kind of developed with Trace Jackson Davis, I think that's how Kuminga needs to start developing. He needs to be more of a pick and roll guy. He needs to be able to set screens for Steph and then roll to the bucket, more slash and dash, less ISO. But yeah, I just think that they're strong. Jimmy Butler continues to really be strong, and Buddy Hield, I mean, wow, he definitely proves why they signed him. So shout out to the guys that signed him up in the front office.
Yeah, Mike Dunleavy made the Butler trade. Yeah. Well, Chris, you bring up a good point. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Fremont, the whole deal.
Sunnyvale.
By the way, what's he saying, Fremont?
Fremont High School down in Sunnyvale.
Which is where you wanted to go.
No, I wanted to go to Wilcox High School in Santa Clara, actually. My pops went to Fremont, but I'm from Sunnyvale, and it was just kind of a saying, Sunnyvale Pop Warner. Sunnyvale,
Just like we say T-High, Anyway, he brings up that great point, and what you've been bringing up all morning, that when we keep asking about offense, maybe that's not the answer. Maybe the answer all along is defense. And Draymond is so, Slater does such a good job of isolating certain things on his film. And in The Athletic this morning, he shows a sequence where Draymond does, and Greg Papa talked about this yesterday too, when he's roaming is when he's at his best. I was nodding in my car, G-Pop. He's right. That Draymond one-on-one, like Şengün, cool and all, but he's at his best when he literally defends 5 different people on one play. And Slater put up one of those ones. Go look at The Athletic if you're a subscriber. He isolates really good half-court incidents, and there's one where Draymond literally has his hand in 5 different guys in one half-court possession. I mean, that's exactly what Chris is talking about. It's what you're talking about. And it's maybe the answer to them. I mean, maybe it's been the answer all along. Who was it that said to us? Was it Jay Billis who said it to us? Draymond's defense is as important as Steph's offense. I mean, it was a bold statement because people are saying Steph's the greatest shooter in the history of the NBA. I'm like, I don't think Draymond's the best defender in the history of the NBA. But his point is that we just don't talk about it enough. And last night, the T-Wolves scored 88 points.
Yeah, and it's hilarious to me that there are still people out there who do not think that Draymond Green is a future Hall of Famer, despite the resume, despite the track record that he's had over the past decade, winning all these titles, being on the all-defensive team in the NBA. Like, he truly is one of the best defenders of this generation. But Murph, that's the problem. Everybody talks about the three-pointer. Everybody talks about the Splash Brothers. Not enough people talk about the defense that has started this entire dynasty. Going back to the Mark Jackson days, got to give him credit as well for laying that foundation. Warriors are not a dynasty without defense, and that's why I do think they can tread water in this series. Holding Minnesota to 88 points last night, 31 points in the first half. They had an 11-point second quarter. Now, that also correlates around the time where Steph Curry was injured. And it's something we talked about earlier today. If the Warriors want to put out their best defensive lineup, let's be honest, it does not include Steph Curry. So maybe they will be even better defensively in this series after we saw them shut down the Houston Rockets last series.
It's all true. I mean, stuff to talk about all morning for sure. By the way, a lot of texts on Kuminga, which I want to get to. A lot of people ain't buying it. There's a lot of anti-Kuminga out there. We got to continue that thread and all these calls at 808 KNBR is the phone number. What an event. Oh, yeah, it's what did young Tony ask today? That's right. What did young Tony ask? It is Wednesday, so everybody hold off there. So I'll read then some of these anti-Kumingas. 530, man, Kuminga's play last night was out of control, and you could see Draymond getting frustrated with it. 925 says the guys calling for Kuminga have not been watching his limited minutes. There's other 831 says it's not that Kerr's not playing Kuminga. It's that he's not productive when he's out there. 530 says Kuminga looks like S. He looks like he's been playing basketball for a month. He's not a leader or a star player. Wow. There's a lot of negative texts on Kuminga. But then there's these. 209 list says, let's see more Pat Spencer. Love that dude. He's a G. And 707 says, we got Pat Spencer, the solar salesman. We have options. The solar salesman? Does he just look like a
solar salesman?
Like he's just selling solar panels?
Maybe, dude.
All
Looks like he's going door to door on
What
some
did young
bike.
Tony ask today? The breakout hit of 2025 next on the Sports Leader.
What do you want to do with Kuminga?
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, it's bright and early on a Wednesday morning. Time for Steve Moskowitz to help us out. Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz is on the line. Wants to talk about unfiled tax returns. Steve, what do they do if they have unfiled tax returns?
Because here it is, we're in May, and some people missed last month's April 15th deadline. But they didn't just miss it this year. They missed it the year before that. And there's a lot of people walking around, looking over their shoulder, really like an escaped criminal. Is this the day they're going to get you? Is this the day the IRS agent's going to be knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage? It doesn't have to be. The number one reason people don't file returns is just plain and simple, they don't have the money. And they still don't have it. And there's a bunch of years. We can fix all that. We'll file all the old back returns you need to file, and then we'll make a deal on what you need to pay, if you do need to pay. Few people even get refunds. Or you just got divorced, or your life changed, or you lost your records. We have solutions for all of that. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is call up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, clean this up for me.
That's it. Give him a call. He'll clean it up. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Here it is, the breakout hit of 2024-2025, the Wednesday flag post, the Wednesday signpost that tells you the early week blues are over. The sniff in the weekend begins. Mother's Day this weekend, don't forget. It is What Did Young Tony Ask Us Today? I hand it over to Young Tony. You see him in the rectangle there pointing at you. He's, of course, famous for telling Derek Papa a lot of pressure. Good morning, Young Tone. I'm ready to be asked.
A lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure, Tony.
All right.
We got some business real quick?
Yeah. Tell me the rules first.
Here are the rules. If anybody's missed it, where you been? Not going to lie. I have 4 questions. After I read the question, you will each have 60 seconds to respond.
The best 60 seconds of your life. Sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA, Tony.
Well done. And if your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That's your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can get involved. We ready to go?
Let's do it.
Never been more ready, buddy.
Let's do it, Coach. Let's do it, Tony.
All right, Jimmy and Buddy by the Bay. The friendship of the year.
Yes.
I want to play this cut. We played this earlier, but if anybody missed it, Buddy after the game did the press conference with Jimmy Butler in attendance, and he dropped this line.
I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right, well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman.
So they go on and on, but the biggest question here is who needs to step up the most in Steph Curry's absence? You got to pick one. Is it Jimmy or is it Buddy?
I'm going first. This one's easy. It's Jimmy. That's my guy. We sat here in awe during COVID and watched this playoff Jimmy. That's when the legend was born. Because all we heard was like the grumpy Jimmy Butler. Oh, he took on he took the scrubs in Minnesota. He went on with Rachel Nichols. He cried his way out of Philly. I never really had a handle on who Jimmy Butler was. He played at Marquette. I was like, who's that guy? He's in the Eastern Conference. Nothing matters less to me more in the world than Eastern Conference basketball. So I was kind of like, yeah, whatever. Then that COVID bubble, and we had nothing to do, and we're watching this guy, and all we were like, who is this guy? This guy's my hero because he's blood and guts, man, and I loved him. So that's what I'm looking for. He assisted or scored on every basket in the fourth quarter. He can do this before. Now, he's older, and his rear end hurts. I get it, but that's my guy. I'm looking for PJ playoff Jimmy, and I can't wait. Got my popcorn, Young Tone.
Yes, and Murph, we've seen playoff Jimmy extend series before. Hell, we've seen him go all the way to the NBA Finals with maybe teams that don't have as much talent as his current Warriors team, even without Steph Curry on the court. So I think you're absolutely right. If the Warriors are going to win this series, they need Jimmy Butler to step up as Batman and to take over. Maybe channel his inner Superman. But just to give you a different opinion, I do think that Buddy Hield needs to continue to step up because of the absence of the three-point shot without Steph Curry. Also, we're giving so much praise to the Warriors defensively. Credit to Buddy Hield for playing better defense lately, his best defense of his career. If Buddy Hield can shoot like the way he's shooting right now, and if he can provide any defense for you, that's going to be a huge, huge key to the Warriors still in another one of these games and treading water until Steph Curry is back. So I'll go with the opposite answer, maybe not the low-hanging fruit. I'll go with Butters, a.k.a. Buddy Hield, the new Batman, to step up in Steph Curry's absence.
All right, I got you. No, I like that because, they're going to need threes, and that's all Buddy Hield does. He plays some good defense. Everybody knocks him for his defense. Kings fans, if you're listening, he plays defense.
Nobody went off the board and took Pat Spencer.
I know.
Well, he gave us only 2 options, right?
We only gave you 2.
Go off the board.
Ooh.
Well, that's not what we do here. We have rules. We've established them. It was Jimmy or Buddy.
We're trying to have a society here.
All right.
Speaking of Buddy Hield, he wore the wrong shorts last night. Who does this guy think he is? Brandon Ayuk?
Hey, yo.
I wanted to play his explanation of what happened before the game.
Jimmy switched it out. It was Jimmy's fault. Okay. Jimmy switched it out, and that's what happens. I was looking for my shorts, and I thought it was right. When he said, "Yo, put these on," it was right, and that was the.
That's what you're going with.
Yeah, I'm going. Jimmy, it was Jimmy's fault.
So I know it wasn't exactly a wardrobe malfunction per se, but work with me here. When you think of wardrobe malfunctions in sports history, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Oh, Tony, you know the very first thing that pops into my mind, it's got to be the Janet Jackson Super Bowl halftime show. And it technically is in the sports world because it happened at halftime of a Super Bowl. So off the top of the dome, that's the first one I think of. The second one I think of, I might need some help from my guy Murph, because I remember hearing a story on the morning show about a skier that might have had a certain member of him frozen off. I would say that was a pretty big wardrobe malfunction. Murph, I'll throw this one to you.
That is a tough one. See, sometimes these questions are like, there's a lot of pressure and they're hard to come up with. The thing you're talking about, which made me laugh really, really hard, and was not necessarily a wardrobe malfunction. It was a frostbite was what that was. So,
that's what it was.
Worth revisiting.
Yeah, but I'm blaming the wardrobe for that one.
Two come to mind.
Wait, I haven't heard this story. Let's digress real quick. I need to hear this story.
There's an Italian cross-country skier who was skiing. You know, you wear these Lycra, whatever, what are they made of? Nylon Lycra bodysuits when you cross-country ski, but it's very cold in Europe when you're cross-country skiing. And it was so severely cold that he had frostbite on his member.
I understand.
Yeah.
But the point was that the member, there was sufficient mass to achieve frostbite.
Okay, that's enough.
And people were saying stock up for this guy because there was like then a big discussion about how the doctors had to tend to it and it was like a big project and all that. So the guy was like, yeah. So the interest level rose up from the female fans. Anyway, I'm going to go with 2. And of course, like it's hard. It's a hard question to answer because obviously Janet Jackson is the famous, that was what they called it, a wardrobe malfunction. I'm going to go number 1, Thurman Thomas forgetting his helmet in the Super Bowl against the Dallas Cowboys. Dude, bro, you don't know where your freaking helmet is. He misses the first series, the poor Buffalo Bills. The other one is just an archaically dated reference, but what else am I? When Ralph Malph from Happy Days was thrown into a game unexpectedly, tore off his sweats and was wearing blue jeans underneath, and he told his coach, I never play. So wearing blue jeans under the sweats, Ralph Malph, Happy Days, Thurman Thomas forgetting his helmet. But listeners, if you guys can come up with other ones that we don't know. You guys are good at this sometimes. Help us out. Did you have one, Tony, for us?
I didn't write anything down, actually. I mean, Janet Jackson comes to mind immediately.
Yeah, we had a texter check-in saying Pablo Sandoval breaking his belt on a swing was a wardrobe malfunction.
I need more, listeners.
How about Sergio Romo pulling down his pants when he was getting checked for sticky stuff?
It's not a lot of guys were pulling their pants down. But it was wardrobe related.
It was a malfunction on purpose.
Yeah, right. So, good. Number 3.
I got another really good one. So when you think of Minnesota and you think of Golden State with the Warriors, you think of kind of 2 different nicknames. You think of the Purple People Eaters and you think of the Splash Bros. And everybody knows about the Purple People Eaters, am I right? For anybody who doesn't know, the Purple People Eaters is the nickname for the dominant defensive line of the Minnesota Vikings from 68 to 77.
I
did have to do a little bit of research, I'm not going to lie. So when you think of both of those nicknames, which is the better nickname?
Well, I mean, dude, the Splash Brothers, first of all, the Purple People Eaters are not NBA. It's NFL, as we know,
right? Again, work with me here, all right?
I'm going Purple People Eaters. First of all, it is. It's a better nickname. It's an incredible nickname. It's probably one of the best nicknames in the history of American sports. The alliteration, the superhero sort of Godzilla imagery, the fact that it was from one of my favorite teams when I was a kid, the Minnesota Vikings in the 1970s. I got to name the Purple Eaters. Paige. Oh my God. Paige Eller. But anyway, the point is, it sounds like as the great Apollo Creed said in Rocky, sounds like a damn monster movie. So that's what I'm going with. All due respect to the Splash Brothers.
Yeah, see, I will say the same thing. All due respect to the Purple People Eaters. It's a great nickname. But in my opinion, the Splash Brothers are one of the greatest nicknames in NBA history and sports history. And also the fact that you can play around with it. It's just not the Splash Brothers with Steph and Clay. You can get a Splash Buddy with Buddy Hield. You can get a Splash Cousin with DeMarcus Cousins. Hell, I don't know. Bring the whole entire family in, second and third. Splash Buddy Cousins, whatever you want to call it. The Splash Brothers, to me, is an iconic nickname for the best shooting backcourt in NBA history. Give me the Splash Brothers over the Purple People Eaters.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to take issue with you on that one. By the way, the listeners are coming through for a huge thing. 916 says Lou Whitaker forgot his jersey at an All-Star game. Ooh. And had to bought a jersey from a concession stand and drew his number with a magic marker. We had a dad who said his son forgot a jersey at a local basketball game. He ran to Target, bought a blue shirt, and wrote his number 7 on the back of a magic marker. The other one's they're coming in so fast, I'm losing the text line here. 510 says Steve Young losing his helmet on his run in San Diego. I was at that game. 408 Giants D-backs get into a brawl. Randy Johnson puts on the wrong hat. These are all
that's
good,
a good one.
Right?
That's a good one. Also, one that I thought of, just kind of refresh my memory from spring training, either last year or the year before. The Casey Schmidt team photos with those cheap jerseys that were showing off the cojones.
Somebody else. The Chicago White Sox wearing shorts is just a flat out wardrobe malfunction as well. All right, well, that's one. We got a minute.
So the Warriors are workshopping the Batman depth chart in the Warriors organization. So what about us for KNBR? Who's Batman? Who's Robin? Who's Alfred?
We're going Batman depth chart. Is it me or you first?
This one's you.
Oh, me first. Now, I was thinking about this because I am the man that's gone on 50,000 watts and has called out Batman for not actually being a superhero. I've said it multiple times. He's just a rich guy with gadgets. So, who's the rich guy with gadgets at KNBR? Well, of course, it's me, Greg Papa. We can get Tessie as the Batmobile, the self-driving car. I'm going Greg Papa as my Batman. And who do I want to see in those tights? Oh, pause. It's young Tony. I need Tony as Robin, and give me Overnight Dave as Alfred. That's the killer combination I'm looking for. OD as Alfred, young Tony as Robin, and Greg Papa as Batman.
I can't really top that. That's absolutely fantastic. Certainly, the no-brainer Robin is this kid. I mean, this kid looks like Robin. He's got the same height as Robin. He fulfills the role of a Robin. I mean, he's unbelievable Robin. I'd say I'd have to be Alfred because I'm the only guy old enough to be Alfred here, dude. So I'm the old head going, Alfred the butler. So in terms of Batman, well, I gotta kiss up to my leader. It's my fearless leader, Mike Holler.
Wow.
Mike Holler in the Batman tights. Can you imagine him walking in as like the least intense Batman of all time, dude?
Dude, he's the Ben Affleck of Batman.
When does Batman wear a Tennessee Titans hat and a NASCAR t-shirt? All right, buddy. So there you go.
Get the Batmobile on the track at Sonoma Raceway.
Mic drop. We got to get into the Giants. And Mike Krukow with the historic win. Young Tony asked. We answered Wednesday in the books on the Sports Leader. Amicis, always taking care of everybody, including Mom. Mother's Day is Sunday. What a chance to take Mom out to an awesome lunch or dinner at Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, or Grandma, or your mom figure, whoever your mom of the Mom's Day is. Because first of all, you're going to get great pizza, pasta, salads, drinks, beautiful settings. Also, a Mother's Day bonus. All this Sunday. Amici's will give each table dining with Mom or Grandma at any Bay Area location a free dessert or a free split of Prosecco, a little bottle of Prosecco, to help Mom feel special. And when your server asks, you say, yeah, I heard Murph at KNBR mention it. It's the Mother's Day special. You can also do it online. If you're eating at home, maybe in your backyard, same offer is available for pickup orders over $35. Just order at amicis.com or using their mobile app and enter the code MOM, M-O-M, at checkout for your choice of the free dessert or Prosecco split. Take care of Mom. 2 words. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. That was a weird one at Wrigley last night. I was so miffed, Mike, that Justin Verlander didn't get his win that I had trouble enjoying the 9-run 11th, but you got to enjoy a 9-run 11th. The biggest single extra inning in franchise history. So, mixed emotions. Verlander couldn't get that win, and Ryan Walker struggled, but they scored 9 in the 11th. Mike, how do you process it?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see an effort from Verlander. That's 3 now that he could have gotten, and he didn't. And that frustrates everybody in that bullpen because they just adore the guy. And but he's not said a word, and he won't. I mean, he knows he's going to the Hall of Fame, whether he gets 300 wins or not. I mean, and he knows that his job is to do what he's doing, keep his team in the game, eat up innings. And the fact that the bullpen is putting more pressure on themselves, I think that's a good, healthy thing. And because that'll absolutely play when they get into September and hopefully into October. So a young bullpen who's very, very good, very, very proud. They've had 3 hiccups in regards to trying to cash in his wins. But the way that they wear it and the way that they wear it collectively, it just intensifies the camaraderie down there in that pen. And that's how teams, I mean, you have to be aware of the personalities in that room. You have to be able to read the room. Now, there's an underlying story with the Giants season this year, and that's Verlander's quest for 300. It's not going to affect the fact that he's going to the Hall of Fame. But the fact that they wear it so hard, I think, is fantastic. But he pitched great again last night in an environment that last night was definitely one that would favor the hitter, and it wasn't an easy place to pitch. But he was great. He could pitch, and I love that about him. I love broadcasting his games because you can talk about what his mind thought is in regards to how to deal with the environment, how to deal with the umpire, how to deal with tight strike zone. He's just a pro, and you'll never see him argue or even look and raise much of an eyebrow when he disagrees with a pitch that it's called a ball that he thought it should be a strike. He's just a pro, and he's making that whole pitching staff tougher just by his demeanor. I love the guy.
Mike, the bullpen has been a bright spot for the Giants throughout the majority of the season, but we've also seen Ryan Walker blow a couple saves. It was tough to see him start the inning yesterday with a couple walks. What are you seeing right now from Ryan Walker, and should Giants fans be concerned about his role as the closer?
Well, I still think he's effective, but there are other options down there for the 9th inning right now. And oftentimes when a closer goes through a rough spot. And when I was in Chicago, Bruce Sutter was my teammate. And every year he'd have a week that just he couldn't get anybody out. And every year they would always bring in Mike Rourke, who was the Sutter whisperer, and he would fix him. But there for a week, I mean, it was just weird. It's part of the deal. How you watch the pitcher that's going through it is you watch how much confidence does he take out on the mound. Because we always get back to Rod Beck, who had the greatest act in the history of the world, and oftentimes he'd go out there with nothing but an act. But I think at times you have to do that. You have to give the illusion to your teammates that you've got it all under control. And I think that's something that Ryan Walker is in the process of learning right now. Because I think that when he's going through a rough spell, you can see it on his face. And if you can see it on his face, so can the hitter. And when a hitter can see that, that's filling up his gas tank. He thinks that he's going to get something to hit. So I do believe that there is some growth that Ryan Walker still has to have in order to be a top of the line closer. I think he's got the stuff. I mean, he's just a nasty at bat. I do think that he should toy around with some more pitches and some more movements, because he only has 2 right now. He's got a sinker and he's got a sweeping slider. I think that's it. But they have options, And we saw another guy who came on the scene yesterday when we watched Kyle Harrison come in and close the game out. And granted, I mean, he had a 9-run lead, but he put him down, and he was throwing hard, and he was throwing hard fastballs up around the letters. And he looked to me like, this is going to be interesting. So, but they have options. They've got 3 or 4 guys down there right now that can walk right in there and give Ryan Walker a bit of a breather to regroup and get that act back.
Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable to just kind of maybe shift roles a little bit right now. Duvall's throwing the ball real well. He's done it for many years. Even Eric Miller got out of a jam last night. But I would personally, Mike, I would just tell, without trying to ruin Ryan Walker's confidence, say, hey, bro, just take a breather. We'll give you the 7th. Kind of flip-flop Duvall and Walker. That's what I would do going into these next few games. Is that reasonable to you?
I think it's one way you could go, no doubt about it. You could go bullpen by committee too. I mean, the way that Duvall's throwing right now is he's putting people down. But one thing about Melvin knows how the brains work in a bullpen. He's as good as there is. He's as good as Boch at working a bullpen. That's everywhere he's gone. He has manufactured that. That's something that he learned as a catcher. He learned under the tutelage of Roger Craig. I mean, he's been around really great people that handle bullpens, and he has become one of those people. And so how he handles it will be the right way. That's all I can say. I mean, as well as he knows his staff, as well as he knows these personalities, he's going to handle it the right way, and it'll be very interesting to see how he does it.
Talking to Mike Krukow, we do it every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. If you were busy watching the Warriors last night, it was a tale of 2 games. The Giants built a 5-3 lead in the 9th inning. We're going to win at Wrigley. Ryan Walker blew it. Verlander didn't get a win. And then conversely, Eric Miller escaped a tough jam in the 10th inning with a huge strikeout of Pete Crow Armstrong. And then the Giants scored 9 runs in the 11th inning, their biggest single extra inning in franchise history, which is not talking about a closer. Ryan Presley got no outs after facing 8 hitters last night, Mike. So that's, talk about wearing one. That spread probably didn't taste too good for Ryan Presley.
Yeah, I mean, his ERA ballooned to 7.62 after that. I mean, that's it. It's going to be 2 years working that off. But what happened last night, I mean, we've all been anticipating because they've been struggling offensively. And we all said, they got to go into Wrigley Field. They got to bang. They got to match the offense of the Cubs because they're one of the strongest offenses in all of baseball, if not the strongest offense. And that was my take about the 11th inning, is they woke up. The bats woke up. There was just a freedom with every at-bat that went up there and a confidence that we haven't seen them collectively have. And that was cool. I mean, I love what Elliot Ramos said after the game. This is his favorite game to ever have played in. That's what it meant. And, when you have a game like this, when you have everybody kind of have a part of it, especially with the bats, I mean, and for a team that was struggling, that's therapeutic. So as they go forth, I mean, they're going to have some confidence up and down that lineup now. And they were getting, Bailey, he's been struggling. And he had 2 at-bats in the 11th inning. I mean, he had a 2-run RBI, then he had a sac fly. That was a great night for him in that inning alone. So, he's going to draw from confidence, and they all will. And that's they've closed it out today in Wrigley. They go to Minnesota, which is a tough place to win. And then they come home and they have a tough road trip, or a homestand rather. And they've got Arizona, who's a good team. So it just, they finding this confidence, and you can find it in one inning. And it seems to me they did. I think that's going to be significant as they go forth.
Mike, I'm glad you brought up the name Elliot Ramos after his 4-hit performance last night out at Wrigley. We saw him get those 4 hits from the 7th spot, which is him moving down in the lineup a little bit. We haven't seen too much lineup movement this year from Bob Melvin, but what were your thoughts on moving down Elliot Ramos to that 7 hole? And do you want to see more live lineup movement to shake things up, or do you appreciate the consistency of the same lineup almost each and every day?
Well, I think lineup movement is one of the subtleties that you can exercise if you're a manager. And, there's something going on right now between Matos and Ramos. I mean, they're great friends. It couldn't be any closer than they are, but yet they play the same position. So Matos has had to sit on it because they've been giving Ramos some time because of what he did last year as an all-star last year. But there was a little crack in the door. There was a little opening to get your toe in, and Matos has been putting his whole foot in. He's been letting the Giants know that I need more at-bats. I can play, and he can play. Well, I think that 4-hit night from Ramos' perspective, I think that was, okay, I'm accepting the challenge. And that's the best thing to have. That's healthy. Good challenge, good competition within a position, within friends, within that clubhouse. That's a big deal. So putting him down there, I think, was another motivation. I think he was getting a little bit of a sign from his manager going, okay, this other guy's doing it. You better do something. And he did. And the same thing for Patrick Bailey. I think Bo Mel challenged him. And I think he's taken it to heart. I think he's everybody's being evaluated. There is no fat cat. Everybody gets evaluated, and subtleties within the lineup have everything to do with the evaluation. And I think you have to read those things as a hitter, as a player, as a pitcher.
Mike, you mentioned him early on. I just wanted to circle back before we let you go. Kyle Harrison, what a return! And there was a lot of body language after that game. He had a big fat grin on his face. So did Pat Bailey. I don't know, maybe they had an inside joke or something, but it just looked like positive body energy. And listen, a lot of guys in the bigs throw hard. We get that. But not a lot of guys throw hard from that arm angle from the left side. It looked great. I don't want to overreact, but it looked like a new guy, and his energy and his body language looked good. So what can we take from that?
Well, you could take a massive positive because of what it means. It means that he can make a contribution in the bullpen, in 14 different roles in the bullpen, and he can also take the ball and go back and start. Now, when he came up through the minor leagues, that's how he threw. He threw high velocity. When he got to the big league, we kept hearing about how this guy can pitch across the letters, and he's got high 90s. We never saw the high 90s. We saw him pitch across the letters, and he was effective at 93, 94. But that it forced him, because he wasn't throwing in the high 90s fastball, to learn other pitches. He had a lazy slider, tightened it up, came up with a changeup. Now it's a good pitch. So it comes into spring training, and there's competition. He was no longer the guy. He didn't win the job. They sent him out, and he was pissed. He didn't like it. That was a complete head slap to him. So what did he do? He went down there, and he found his fastball again. Now he comes back in, and this is the first time that we've seen him with high 90s velocity on that fastball, and he continues to pitch high. Well, from what we saw last night, I mean, look, I haven't seen all these innings down there. I've heard he's got his velo back, and he did. What I saw was last night, and he made it look easy. He went right through guys. Now, granted, the bubble had been popped in that Cubs dugout, but still, when you're blowing guys away up top, that stands out, because that is a manly man on a ship of men, as Bruce Jenkins would say, and that's exactly what he looked like to me last night. So we got a bad animal in that bullpen right now, and maybe, just maybe, he may surface to be back in that rotation soon. But he looks to me like an asset, and he looks to me like to be that pitcher that we had heard about when he was in the lower minor leagues.
Mike, the last thing that I wanted to mention before we let you go is Willie Mays, and how yesterday would have been his 94th birthday. I thought it was awesome that the Cubs organization honored him yesterday at Wrigley with his image on the scoreboard. We talked to Kipe about the legacy of Willie Mays yesterday. Just wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about really the first experience we've had not celebrating Willie Mays' birthday.
Well, you're going to get an extremely biased opinion from me because I saw what he was as a man, and we all knew the lore of his baseball career. But when you get to see how beautiful this guy was, and how great he was with kids, and how great he was with the underdog, and how he would completely be in an audience of admirers, and he would find somebody in the crowd that was the underdog, and he would go right to that person. And there was a magic about him to be able to sense that and to be able to go to that person and elevate that person and make that person feel that they were the most special person in that room. I think they should erect a statue on top of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. of Willie Mays, because that's how big he was in life. And, you know, he meant the world to us with, as, you know, we all love the Giants, but he meant the world to baseball fans. And I just think to remember him in special ways is you can't do enough because of who he was and what he was and how he wore that uniform and how he lived his life. He was Willie Mays, and nobody did it better in my eyes.
Let's get a second statue. Although we have to say, for them, all the pressure on Peter McGowan and all them to unveil a statue when they did, that's a gorgeous, all these years later, gorgeous freaking statue out in front of the park. So always go by and say hi, rub it for good luck. And the Giants got 9 for yesterday. That was his birthday present up in baseball heavens. So, Mike, day game today, a little 11:20 a.m. our time, 1:20 Chicago time. You know those starts quite well. 10:20 pregame with Robbie Ray on the Hill. So can't wait to watch the Giants, and I can't wait to talk to you Friday. Have a good one. Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Back to the Warriors. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Can they do it without Steph? If so, how? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Next on The Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed, Dub Nation, we want to hear from you. What statement did the Warriors make without Steph? And they won Game 1. So what does it say about the team around Steph, and can they win Game 2 without him? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is the Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Curry's hurt though, Coach. Something grabbed him. He's asking for relief from that bench. Not sure what it was, but he came out of there hobbled.
Steph Curry, officially a left hamstring strain, will not return.
They held Houston under 90 points in 2 of the wins in round 1. They're going to hold Minnesota under 90 points tonight. Golden State is simply a great defensive basketball team.
Something about the road teams here. First time in NBA history, all 4 road teams win game 1 in a division or conference semifinal game in the same season.
Including your Golden State Warriors. You got the win last night. That's right. It's our big hit, of course, 99-88. But you hear this? You hear this yacht rock? 2 days of yacht rock in a row? Well, it's the band Ace from the yacht rock era of the late 70s, earlys, asking a 2-word question, Marcus, and it's coming up right here. Without the Steph Curry factor, can the Warriors hang on? That's the question. Well done, Tony. Can Buddy and Jimmy carry us? There you go, guys. That's the question. 808 KNBR is the phone number. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. How long can they? Because tomorrow night he ain't playing. I got news for you. Now, people have texted in, hey, I just got in my car. Is there any word? No, there's no word yet.
No it's MRI results yet.
It's 9:57 in the morning in Minnesota. I don't even know he's been in the tube yet. I don't know. And, of course, it takes a few hours to look at the pictures and then put out a press release. So I would stay tuned to the leader. I'd rip the knob off. First of all, you're going to be wildly entertained for free. Second of all, you're going to get Giants baseball today at 11:20.
Day game.
And third of all, you get me and Marcus and young Tony and John Joe Curley. Why else? What else do you need in life?
What more could you possibly ask for?
Well, you can ask for us just being absolutely dazzled by that Warrior win last night. At the same time, absolutely crushed that pretty much the greatest human in the history of Western civilization, Steph Curry, strained his hamstring last night with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. By the way, he already had 13 points at that. He wound up being the 4th leading scorer on the team in a game in which he left with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter.
13 points in 13 minutes. It was looking like Batman was going to have another 40-point night.
Which leads to one of my many bullet points from yesterday. Just pausing on that before we get back to how long can the Warriors hang on, is already, and this was my take yesterday, and it was brought, like I said, getting past the Rockets. is going to be significant. I don't want to say the word easy because the T-Wolves are really good and I got respect, but I'm going to say less difficult than the Rockets defense. There's no Amen Thompson out there. There's no double big zone out there. There's no Dylan the Villain Brooks just annoying the pee out of you. I mean, yeah, there's Jaden McDaniels. Yeah, there's Naz Reid. But you could see already last night it wasn't as, I'm going to use a big word here, Young Tone, it wasn't as arduous out there, right? It wasn't as difficult. It wasn't as strenuous. It wasn't as hard. It wasn't as hard. How's that for a word? It wasn't as hard out there. Steph scored 13 in 13 minutes. He wasn't doing that against the Rockets.
No, I agree. I think the Houston Rockets are the better defensive team, and that's why we talked about the key to this matchup was really Steph Curry going off earlier. I mentioned the 3 regular season wins against Minnesota earlier this season, and we can talk about the difference of teams. It was still Jaden McDaniels out there guarding him in those regular season games, and Steph Curry averaged 31 points and 9 assists. He wasn't averaging those type of numbers against the Houston Rockets, Thompson, Dylan Brooks, and that kind of defensive backcourt. That's where the main difference is here to me. But I think Minnesota is going to be more difficult to get by because they should be, on paper, the better offensive team than the Houston Rockets. Because that's the thing about last series. I didn't think the Houston Rockets had the offensive firepower. I do think Minnesota has the offensive firepower. But is it enough to counteract the Warriors' defense? Because the Warriors' defense held them to 31 points in the first half, held them to an 11-point second quarter. Like, that was some elite defense, but it was also some terrible shooting. I mean, the Minnesota Timberwolves missed their first 16 three-point shots of the game. Didn't hit one until Naz Reid hit one in the third quarter. That's not going to happen every single game, despite the level of defense that the Warriors are playing. Anthony Edwards was awful from three-point range. He led the NBA in three-pointers made during the regular season. Now, you can go back to the last series and also see the T-Wolves struggle against the Lakers from three-point range, but the Lakers weren't playing that level of defense that the Warriors can bring to the table. So bringing it back to the original question, how long can the Warriors survive without Steph Curry? As long as they're playing this level of defense, they can tread water, win a game or two until Steph Curry comes back.
Man, oh man. I mean, it's really incredible to think that they could actually not just hang on, but survive without Steph Curry. And that's obviously a testament to playoff Jimmy and playoff Draymond and the defense you just talked about. So let's talk about this schedule, okay? They have a game tomorrow. We're writing it off. He ain't playing tomorrow. I don't even care. I don't even need the MRI report. I'm just telling you right now, he ain't playing tomorrow. So next game, Saturday, game 3. I would put this, just from living in the world and hamstrings, I'm going to say no on Saturday, too. Back home, that's me. Now you start looking at Monday, game 4. Okay, that's 6 days? Maybe. Now we got to get into what does the MRI report say today. Is it just a small strain? Is it a heavy strain? Whatever. But realistically, then game 5 is Wednesday. So realistically, games 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all in question. They're all in question. The one I'm looking at is there's a strange 3-day break between game 5 and game 6. They have Thursday, Friday, and Saturday off before they have game 6, if there is a game 6, unless playoff Jimmy and Siobhan O'Heald have swept the Timberwolves and there is no game 6. But there would be a game 6 a week from Sunday. That's the one I'm looking at. So if that's the case, and I could be wrong, again, I don't have the MRI, but this is what we got to do. It's 8:02 in the morning. We don't have the MRI report. But I'm just saying, so could they somehow make it to a game 6 in San Francisco without Steph Curry?
A week from Sunday, Murph. I don't even know who's going to be alive this Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
Wait, you want to stay on your Kyle?
And that goes
did Jimmy,
for Steph Curry.
Did Jimmy give you a chance to win?
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, there it is.
Jimmy played good enough to win.
Couple things on
Buddy
Jimmy.
played good enough to win.
Couple things on Jimmy. As soon as the buzzer sounded, his limp came back. And he was exhausted. That said, he refreshed himself enough after a shower to go on the podium with Buddy, Hield, and have a tremendous byplay, which we should probably dive into a little bit, because these are the two guys.
Yeah,
this is Batman and Robin.
These are your guys.
Get to the part, Tony, where Buddy pronounces himself the new Batman.
I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right, well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttered is still who he is.
I mean, Buttered.
But he had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman like.
So, I mean, dude, and we talked about this last hour, but these two guys, you mentioned Key and Peele. Some people said Cheech and Chong, Penn and Teller, nice. Abbott and Costello, Laurel and Hardy, the Smothers Brothers, comedy duos, 808 KNBR. We have a lot of cuts from these guys going back and forth. These are the guys now. Now, is there somebody else who can score? It's been brought up by callers. Is there a realistic chance that Jonathan freaking Kuminga enters the chat? There's definitely a divide among Warriors fans right now. There's those who say it's his time, play him. This is a guy who was playing well before he sprained his ankle, and then the Warriors, Ron Adams, if you can find that Ron Adams quote, but during his injury, the Warriors changed their identity. Now, that said, if Steph Curry's out, they got to look for a new identity, and does that identity involve Kuminga? So there's half of the audience that says, yes, it's JK's time. There's the other half that says, hell no, have you seen him? He's lost. He never passes the ball. He doesn't know where to go. He's a ball stopper. It's no. Yeah. So it's definitely a burning talking point, but I got news for you guys. He's going to have to play a lot of minutes on Thursday.
Yeah, I would assume that he's going to get back into the rotation like we saw yesterday just for the need of fresh legs. Like, he had the freshest legs coming into this series, so that's why I thought with one game off in between Game 7 and Game 1 that you might get some Jonathan Kuminga minutes. But I don't know if a cheetah is going to change its spots, if a zebra is going to change its stripes. I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga can change his identity at this point in the season when we're talking about him not doing it down the stretch and adapting to that style of play of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. He's had a few years to adapt now to Steph Curry and Draymond Green, but without Steph out there, I just don't think that Steve Kerr will trust Jonathan Kuminga to be on the court with Jimmy Butler. And if Jimmy Butler's playing 40-plus minutes, that's not leaving a lot of leftover minutes for Jonathan Kuminga, because that's the difference when we talk about the identity and the style of a Jimmy Butler. Yes, he will play some isolation basketball, but you know what he does? He finds options when he gets to the buckets. You even have a clip from Buddy Hield calling him out for not scoring enough when he takes it to the rim, but that's Jimmy's game. He's always looking to get other people involved. Jonathan Kuminga is a black hole out there. Once the ball gets sucked into his kind of atmosphere, it's gone. You'll see him dribble, throw up a shot, usually a bad shot. So, I don't think Jonathan Kuminga is the answer here. If we're being honest with you, I'd rather see a guy like Brendan Pajemski step up in a situation and score some buckets. Because we haven't even mentioned him on the show today. He was not good last night. 1 for 7 from the field, 1 for 5 from three-point range, only 3 points on the night. I need Pajemski. I need Moses Moody. I need those guys to give you valuable minutes before I even start thinking about Kuminga getting valuable minutes.
Well, I don't know, man. I think you're going to have to. He played 13 last night. I mean, you're going to play more because Steph's not going to be there from the jump. So they have to, in some way, shape, or form. That's going to be a heck of a practice today. I mean, I don't think you can go out there and not use him unless we get to the guy we haven't even mentioned. He plays a different position, but we do want to use the big hit to mention Pat freaking Spencer, who's played 11 valuable minutes out there, 4 points, 2 rebounds, 2 steals. We do have to play that Draymond cut because there is a Pat Spencer army forming. Let's be honest. Let's call it for what it is. In this delicate sensibility era, let's be honest, the little white guy doesn't look like he belongs, all right, guys? He's got the mustache. Somebody called him a solar salesman, the mustache. But, bro, he's low-key one of the great athletes. Lacrosse is an incredibly athletic sport. I mean, you got to have speed, you got to have toughness, you got to have hand-eye, all that stuff. And so people, I got a buddy, the lacrosse players out there, Well, gets the lacrosse players out there headbutting Alpern Şengün and also going out there and holding his own with a skyhook, and Draymond gave him some love yesterday.
Pat is a damn good basketball player, and I know he don't look like it. He don't just jump off the page at you when you see him in a basketball jersey. I don't think the number 61 helps him, but he's one of the toughest guys on this team.
The 61. Can we get him a new number?
808 KNBR. Is Pat Spencer the greatest number 61 in Warriors history?
Here we go. Bit of reaction here to this whole game. By the way, Chris Broussard, the co-host of First Things First on Fox Sports 1 with Nick Wright and Kevin Wildes, joins us on the other side. But there is a lot of reaction. We had calls earlier today. Right now it's text. 408 Cousin Vinny from Gilroy says, Kuminga cutting to the basket is what we need, not the one-on-one ISO like Marcus said.
Too much ISO.
All right. 707 says JK needs a 2-dribble max rule. That cut to the key resulting in the dunk was the best play JK has had in weeks. He needs to be cutting and getting boards. 707 says those new kids balled out at the end of that blowout game. A little about Quentin Post. The bench has some hops. We'll see out there if they can go out there and hoop. 209 says Pods has been bricking basketballs for 3 games now. He has looked a little tentative of late.
He's been struggling.
He has looked a tentative of late. 510 says JK did hit a big 3 last night in the fourth quarter. If Thursday's a throwaway game, give JK some run. Is Thursday a throwaway game? Sorry to jump in real quick, but Jimmy Butler, I tweeted out about how tired Jimmy looked, and our friend Vic Tafer, the new 49er writer for The Athletic, he retweeted it and wrote, I would rest Butler, Green, and Steph, obviously. But he says, I would ref Butler and Draymond on Thursday. Pack it in. Load management game.
I don't like it.
That's crazy.
Because we
right?
saw what happened last series when there was half a load management game. And Steve Kerr decided to go into that game, Game 5 against Houston, in an opportunity where they could have closed it out and said, nah, you know what? Maybe we won't play the guys in the second half. Maybe I'll just give them 5 minutes in the third quarter to figure it out. We got Game 6 at home. We can close it out. And then they didn't close it out in Game 6, which forced them to play Game 7 on Sunday, which led to only 1 day of rest in between these back-to-back series. And now we're seeing it take its toll, not just on Steph Curry's body, but also Jimmy Butler's body after the game.
408 says, how about Brian Anderson on TNT describing Pat Spencer's running hook shot straight out of the YMCA?
There it is. There's the YMCA line I was looking for.
559 says, what would Matt Barnes say about JK? He'd say smoke a doobie and play a little Kuminga.
You smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
And 408 says, can we get some love for Draymond? He played a hell of a game last night. You've been talking about it all morning.
Day.
That defense was truly the answer.
Yeah.
Because the Warriors only scored 99.
And that's why I don't pack it in with a load management game on Thursday. Because you can make the argument that the Warriors' best defensive 5 does not include Steph Curry. And if you're trying to win this series based on defense like you did last night, maybe they can slow down that Minnesota offense once again. Again, I think Ant and Naz Reid and some of those guys are eventually going to heat up, but defense is key. And if you can keep Minnesota under 100 points, you got a chance to win that game on Thursday.
949 says playoff pods is not a good thing. We need the ginger afro to hit some shots.
Sideshow pods.
And if we're going to work a little blue at 8:10 before Chris Broussard says Draymond riffed about Pat Spencer's number. 650 says, well, with that stash, can I suggest a new number for him? 69.
Now, that would be a popular jersey.
All right. Here we go. On the other side, that's stealing a page out of Thin Tim's book, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go.
69.
Chris Broussard, who's really good. We've had Chris on through the years. We'll get the national take on the Warriors next on the Sports Leader.
69.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. We've been talking about it all morning. What statement did the Warriors make winning Game 1 without Steph? Now, he did play in the first quarter, went out in the second quarter, but it's a big win. What statement did they make? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. Smart with your money. We all want to be smart with our money, especially these days. It gets a little wild out there. So, smart, safe, and secure. Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate. You can earn up to 4% annual percentage yield and grow your savings safely. Are you building an emergency fund? Are you planning ahead for college costs, home projects, or just looking for financial peace of mind? Well, choose a term that fits you. You can do 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a great rate risk-free, because where you put your money matters. This 4% offer is only available for a limited time. So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch to open your account. PCU, we got some good press recently. Named one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025 by Newsweek. Another feather in the cap This rate is effective as of May 1st, 2025. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providencecu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I love young Tony still playing this Jimmy Butler playlist. Every day on his Instagram, he posts all the songs he's listening to. This is Love You Better by the Monophonics. So, well, Steph Curry, we're hoping to love your hamstring bet. I don't know. That was a bad transition. I'm not even going to try. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into the basketball talk. with one of the really good basketball analysts out there, man. Chris Broussard's been doing it for a long, long time. You see him on First Things First on Fox Sports 1 at noon. He's out there with Nick Wright and Kevin Wildes. We got him right now on the UMA guest line. Chris, welcome back to KNBR here in San Francisco, the Warrior Market. You got Brian Murphy, you got Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, morning, Chris.
I'm great, fellas. Great to be on with you.
Yeah, good to have you, man. It's been a long time since we had you on KNBR in the mornings, but good to hear your voice. And, man, I tell you what, Chris, you can't kill these Warriors, right? You pull Steph Curry from a game, and they still win game one. Man, I need your biggest takeaway from last night right out of the gate.
Well, that was incredible. Once Steph went out and we knew he wasn't coming back, I thought it was over. Not only the series, but Minnesota, I thought, would come back last night, and the Warriors were able to keep them at bay. My biggest takeaway was the Warriors' defense was incredible. I thought they did, in a different way, but I thought they did to the Timberwolves what the Timberwolves did to the Lakers. Like, the Timberwolves' defense just totally threw the Lakers out of sorts. They were out of rhythm. And that's what the Warriors did to the Timberwolves. They didn't do it with, as being as physical and being big. They did it with their speed, their quickness, their intelligence. And they just smothered Minnesota, including Anthony Edwards, who obviously was scoreless in the first half. Secondly, you're going to need Hield and Jimmy to be that big every game that Steph misses. And we know he might even miss the whole series. Hopefully not, though.
Chris, I did want to circle back to your take about the Warriors' defense. It's something I've been focused on heading into this series. Also, Minnesota only scored 88 points last night, missed their first 16 three-pointers of the game, ended up shooting 5 for 29 from behind the three-point line. Do you give that credit to the Warriors' defense, as you were just talking about, or do you think Minnesota's going to get back on track when it comes to shooting that three ball?
Well, so I want to give the Warriors' defense credit, obviously, as I stated earlier. But, yeah, I mean, Minnesota did miss some shots. And whether they're open, wide open, slightly contested, however you want to, call them, they're going to hit a lot of those. They were the fourth best three-point shooting team in the league. So they've been cold their last two games from three. So they're going to heat up and hit some of those shots. And that's why, it's going to be a tough series. And I thought, that's why Minnesota was favored going in, because not only their size, not only the greatness of Anthony Edwards, but because they are a top three-point shooting team, by percentage even better than the Warriors. So, they're going to hit some of those shots, so the Warriors are going to have to withstand that.
Talking to Chris Broussard, of course, been doing it for a long time. You see him on Fox Sports 1, First Things First at noon Pacific time. He'll be doing that today, talking about these Warriors. I want to talk about how long you think the Warriors can survive this without Steph Curry. I mean, we don't have the MRI yet, and none of us is a doctor. At least I don't think we are. I'm already thinking, Chris, like you start saying like a week, like that's a reasonable thing to talk about. So I just putting this out there for sports talk radio purposes. A week plus the schedule that they have, it could all the way be till next Sunday's Game 6. There's a 3-day gap between Game 5 and Game 6. Yeah. So I'm asking, Game 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you see a scenario where if Steph doesn't play, the Warriors can tread water and still be in it?
Well, it's going to be very tough. I think Jimmy Butler's presence does help them because we saw what he did in Miami. Quite frankly, those Miami teams that he took to the finals were not very good. They weren't. And he went through Giannis. He went through the Celtics. Like, that dude has worked wonders when he's had a very good coach in Eric Spoelstra and just a solid supporting cast. So, and that's what he's got now. Curry is fantastic. Draymond is great. And then it's just kind of solid. You're going to need Buddy Hield to be – he's been great the last two games as far as shooting it. And he can be streaky. Remember, at the beginning of this season, he was looking phenomenal. The thought actually crossed my mind earlier in the year, man, what if Buddy Hield had been with the Warriors his whole career? What would he be, right? That's interesting. And then he went cold and came back to earth, right? But the fact is, you need him to stay on this heater that he's on. as long as Steph's out. And he's going to get the opportunity, obviously, because he's going to get more shots. Podziemski needs to be much better than he was last night, and I think he can and certainly will. And you need, look, Gary Payton, the second, hit a couple big threes last night. He has to do that. He or Moody. Moody, has gone cold, but he's had some moments in these playoffs. So Moody and or Payton the second need to be big each and every game. Like one of them has to step up. And I give them a shot. I think probably best case scenario, you are down 3-2 and Steph can come back for game 6. I mean, I look, Minnesota could win every single game without Steph. Let's keep it real. They should win every single game without Steph. But because of Butler's history and his greatness and Draymond's toughness, you got a shot. But I think probably best case scenario, you enter game 6, Steph's coming back, and you're down 3-2.
Chris, there's a thought process out there that the Warriors are playing with house money after stealing game 1 out in Minnesota, which could possibly set up maybe a load management game in game 2 tomorrow night. Now, we saw that last series against the Houston Rockets. Warriors did not take care of business in game 6, forced them to play game 7, stacked up some extra mileage on the legs of these veterans. But with Jimmy Butler playing 41 minutes last night, still dealing with that injury on his rear end, what do you think about that thought process of maybe Steve Kerr taking a load management game and saving some of his vets for later in the series, or do you think they need to go out and try to win every game they can?
They got to go out and try to win every game. I'm sorry. I mean, unless Butler is much worse than he looks, and I know he's tough, I know he's still in pain, and he's playing through it, but unless he is like, just, man, coach, I really need a game off, you got to go out and try to win every game. Like I said, game Steph is out. And even going into the series, you were the underdogs for a reason. As much as I would love to see the Warriors go on and have a shot at winning their 5th ring, I thought Minnesota would win the series going into. Now, last night kind of changed my mind, particularly when Steph was in there, and I think the Warriors certainly can beat them with Steph. But no, with him out, you cannot play around. Let's face it, they were fortunate to survive that tactic against Houston. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying they got lucky in game 7 because obviously they went out there and played great, but they totally threw in the towel in game 5 and then were a no-show essentially in game 6. And they, had to get it done in a tough, hostile environment, game 7. You cannot play around with these Timberwolves. They need to go out, especially now because the Timberwolves, like you got them. I mean, I think the Timberwolves remain confident, but they had to be shocked at the way yesterday went. They were terrible. Maybe they're a little out of rhythm. Maybe they stay cold from 3. So try to capitalize and get up 2-0.
Yeah, it really was an incredible, shocking on every level. Steph being gone, the Warriors beating them by 11, holding them to 88, the great defense. Last one, just for fun, Chris, we've got to let you go. Chris Broussard, of course, check him out today at noon on Fox Sports 1. First things first is, it's what we all been talking about forever, is Steph as he continues to ascend. I know he's hurt right now, so we're not going to see him for the next couple days, but coming off of Sunday's Game 7, and then also just looking great right out of the gate in Game 1 here, as he continues to ascend. He had that East Coast road trip this year where he just absolutely lit up the East Coast and people were crawling to touch the hem of his garment. Where is Chris Broussard putting Steph Curry at this point as he continues to actively climb the ladder right in front of our eyes?
Well, after his 4th championship, again, obviously without Durant, I've said he was in the top 10. And I name a top 10. Like, everybody's like, oh, so-and-so's top 10, so-and-so's top 10. There's about 16 guys in people's top 10.
That's right.
Steph is legit top 10. Like, he's in it. You got to figure out who else is coming out. But I said this last week, and it is true that, when you're a child and you're watching these guys, they're larger than life in your eyes. And I was a child watching Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. And so I said last week, it's hard for me to believe I'm saying this, But if Steph gets 5, and to be honest, even if he doesn't, with what he's doing now, I think I'm moving him ahead of Larry Bird, which it sounds crazy to me because Bird was just so phenomenal. But, you know, Steph is just incredible what he's doing. And so I'm not sure about Magic yet, but he's chasing. They're just so different. Magic was obviously more of a pure point guard. But Steph is chasing Magic and probably ahead of Bird now. Kobe has the defense, but what Steph is doing, I mean, it's just, the dude is incredible. I don't have him in the GOAT conversation, though.
Okay.
But I do, I can put him ahead of Bird. I think I'm leaning toward moving him ahead of Bird, but definitely top 10.
Yeah, and Chris, that's a fair take. When people think about the Warriors dynasty, they think offensively Steph Curry, and they think defensively Draymond Green. And that's how I want to close out this interview. We started talking about defense, but kind of a similar question because Draymond Green was once again finalist for Defensive Player of the Year. Earlier this season, Steve Kerr said he's the best defender he's ever seen, and Steve Kerr has played and has coached a lot of good defensive players. So where do you put Draymond Green in the pantheon of maybe one of the greatest defenders of all time?
Yeah, I think that was an overstatement by Kerr. And you're right. He's played with Duncan, with Dennis Rodman, with Jordan and Pippen, like some incredible defenders. I would put Duncan ahead of Draymond. I would put Olajuwon ahead of Draymond. Rodman is probably put Rodman ahead of him because of the rebounding. We know Dennis Rodman, inch for inch, probably the best rebounder ever, because that is a defensive stat for the most part. But Draymond's definitely an all-time great defender, like top 10 great defender of all time. And to see him battle with these bigger guys, you know, series after series, he's incredible. Like he wrecked Şengün. Mm-hmm. Şengün is great. Şengün is a star who I'm not certain of this, but might one day be a superstar. Like Şengün is fantastic. Draymond wrecked him. And so he is incredible. And look, I love the Warriors, but I am down on them because these last several years they have failed to go out and get a big. And I'm not talking about a great big. I'm talking about just a 7-footer who can like walk and chew gum at the same time. Remember all those first few championships, they had Bogut, mm-hmm. They had Festus Ezeli, a big body. And Looney is big, but he's not even that big himself. So I think that they should have gone out and just gotten a big body they can throw out there occasionally. But
I'm waiting for him to come back.
And if they could go ahead and win another championship, you know, then he's already going to be a legend. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. But yeah, I got him top 10 all-time defender, but not the best ever.
Fun, man. Fun conversation. Just really fun sports talk, and it's that time of year, man. So, all right, Chris, go do your thing on the TV. First things first on Fox Sports 1 at noon with Nick Wright and Kevin Wiles. And you can follow him at Chris_Broussard on Twitter. Always fun catching up, man. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
All right, guys. Anytime you need me, let me know.
There he is. Chris Broussard says, not in the GOAT. Not in the GOAT, which is interesting, but we ran out of time because we got to get. But I was going to ask him next time we get him on. Will some say, you're starting to hear the chatter now, passing LeBron, like in terms of like whose era it is? Like we are all witnesses. I put that in the Jock blog. I said, and I was going on about Steph. I said, we are all witnesses. As I said to my pal LeBron James, as he asked for the remote control on the couch.
Oh, yeah.
On the couch.
Yeah, sorry that knee is feeling so bad, LeBron, that you couldn't make it to the Met Gala the other night.
All right. Cooler of Content is filled with Buddy and Jimmy comedy. Next on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, yeah. The Cooler of Content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Hey, you're jonesing for some sports. Today we got Giants, Cubs, Wrigley Field, day baseball. Robbie Ray, who's on one. The ball's coming out of his hand nicely, Marcus, against right-hander Ben Brown. Pre-game coverage at 10:20, first pitch 11:20. John Miller and Dave Fleming on the action. So that'll do you up. But in the meantime, we got Warriors basketball. Sam Gordon's going to join us on the other side. Isn't Sam Gordon, isn't that like Alfred the Butler's name? Isn't it like Alfred Gordon or something like that, isn't it?
I feel like there is a Gordon involved in Batman.
Well, while we're on Batman and Robin.
The commissioner, the police commissioner.
Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, Commissioner Gordon, yeah.
Good knowledge,
I'm a
Tony.
Batman guy.
How
I've
did
told you
young
this.
Tony know this and not us?
If you're a Batman guy, how do you feel when this guy takes his shots?
I mean, honestly.
Does it miff you a little bit?
It's not a hot take, though. I'll be very honest.
Look, I'm the bad guy because I'm telling you the truth about Batman. That's all I'm saying. You got to have superpowers to be a superhero.
Doesn't take away from the fact that he's a legend.
Yeah. He's a great guy. He's a hero. He's doing great things for his community. He just doesn't have superpowers.
He's cool. That's all that matters.
You guys think he's a supermodel.
There was the legendary story of the Thanksgiving Day parade. Some young kid was being interviewed. My buddy Victor Chi used to tell the story. He's this young kid. And they said, who are you here to see today at the parade? The kid goes, Garfield. And they said, why? He goes, he's cool. That's my buddy and I used to always laugh about that. The big Garfield. Do you even know Garfield?
I do, yeah.
The cat, the lasagna eating cat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here it is. Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield did a post-game press conference together. Key and Peele, Laurel and Hardy. It's a comedy duo. Here it is. So on your YouTube, Twitch, and
So
Twitter.
this is the air quotes one. I'm not sure where we go. We got a lot of Jimmy and Buddy.
So this is the...
Want to go Batman and Robin first?
Whichever you want. What's easier for you, buddy?
Let's go Batman and Robin. So Buddy was at the podium, and then he was just riffing, and this is exactly what he said.
I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right, well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttered is still who he is.
I mean, Buttered. Okay.
But you had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman like.
Incredible. I mean, they're just... So here we go on the shorts. In fact, you want to stay on the shorts, and Buddy blames Jimmy for the shorts, claims that there was wardrobe sabotage.
You think this is superhero on superhero crime, or maybe one Batman gives the other Batman the wrong mask?
Does that mean Robin's wearing not those yellow tights with the green undies?
Yeah, what is Robin wearing?
Right,
That's the question, Tony.
Buddy blames Jimmy for the shorts here. Yeah.
Jimmy switched it out. It was Jimmy's fault. Okay. Jimmy switched it out, and that's what happens. I was looking for my shorts, and I thought it was the right one. He said, "Yo, put these on." It was right, and that was the...
That's what you're going with.
Yeah, I'm going. Jimmy, it was Jimmy's fault. His locker's next to my locker. I was looking for my shorts. He said, "Yo, I can't find my shorts." Oh, I see there. And I put them on, and it looked just alike. And after that, got a fine for it. So it's cool. It was Jimmy's fault. Blame Jimmy.
Dude, he wore the wrong shorts.
Blame Jimmy.
Incredible, man.
Blame
and
Jimmy.
They won. And he scored 24. He led the team. 22 in the second half. This is the video one on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. I guess there's air quotes here on Joy. I haven't seen this one yet. I'll watch it along with all y'all. Check it out.
We had to make sure he got his joy back because somehow he lost his joy. We're not going to say where he lost his joy, but somehow he lost his joy.
Why do you keep doing this? Do you even know what these are called? What are they called?
2 fingers. Are we done? No.
I hadn't seen that one. It's pretty good. He's neatly would to get his joy back. And he goes, you don't even know what those are.
It
2
is.
fingers.
It is funny. He's doing air quotes for the entire sentence.
Yeah.
Every word he says, he's putting in air quotes.
That's
but he
really
is
funny.
right to put it in air quotes because the joy that they're talking about is money, Murph. It's what we've been all talking about. Money makes a lot of people happy. No, it doesn't buy happiness, but it can fix a lot of your problems and can bring your joy of basketball
Who's
back.
the comedian who uses the air quotes? There's a sitcom character who does the air quotes. Who is
Air
it?
quotes.
I'm blanking right now, but it's pretty funny. Another one, this one, where they go back and forth. They begin not even worrying about the reporters in the room. They start bickering at each other. It's about where Jimmy says that when he has a mismatch in the post, he doesn't want Buddy to cut through the key. And Buddy's like, well, then why don't you score the basketball? Anyway, take a listen here.
Raymond mentioned that you two guys were kind of going back and forth in the huddle even. Do you feed off? I mean, we've seen you guys go back and forth. You're doing it right now.
Ask him why we was going back and forth.
Why were you going back and forth?
Because when you know what, I'm not going to say exactly what I say in the locker room, but when I got a mismatch in the post, don't cut. Stay on the perimeter.
If you got a mismatch, you ain't going to score the ball.
I am going to score the ball. I can't score the ball when you cut into my space. You're a shooter. You're not even a cutter.
Oh, you seen it score the ball.
You saw what happened when you shot a layup in the first quarter? Smokey Robinson. That's exactly what you did. Use the backboard, too.
Incredible, man. He did smoke a layup. It's funny.
Smokey
I've never heard the Smokey Robinson, but any Smokey Robinson reference is welcome here. You want to join? You want to rejoin? Do an all Smokey rejoin all day?
Oh.
I'm not going to digress and tell my Golf Digest story I've told periodically through the years, but once Smokey Robinson called my house, it was the greatest day of my life.
Yeah. That's pretty damn cool. So, yeah, I'm here for the Smokey Robinson riffs. And really, I'm just here for this new comedic duo that is taking over the NBA. But are they a comedic duo, or are they just bickering brothers? Because there is that little brother, big brother dynamic that Gary Payton has called out a couple times. And this is the reporters asking Jimmy and asking Buddy about their brotherly relationship.
Gary compared you to bickering brothers. And you're the little annoying brother and you're the older brother.
And what Gary is?
I don't know, maybe he's the middle brother.
The clumsy one, always doing the dumbest stuff ever.
You literally wore the wrong shorts. The audacity. Yeah. I think we really do enjoy being around each other. We really do enjoy when somebody else is playing great, and whenever everybody else is shining, everybody's happy. So it's a good feeling to have this energy.
That was Ann Killian of the Chronicle asking the question. That's incredible. You literally wore the wrong shirt. Guys, okay, two guys who were viewed as, like, ask Sacramento Kings fans about Buddy Hield. They're like, bum. I mean, dude, think of all those texts we got in October and November when Buddy was going off.
Just wait.
And then think of what Miami and Minnesota fans think about Jimmy Butler. And now they're here. And they're like the breakout hit of 2025.
Well, especially...
It's like the blockbuster movie for Memorial Day. The Jimmy and Buddy Show.
Dude, it's the perfect fit because you're right. Whether it was Kings fans, whether it was Philly fans complaining about both Buddy and Jimmy, whether it was Minnesota fans, whether it was Indiana fans complaining about Buddy when he was on the Pacers. Like, these have been two guys who have kind of been painted in a picture of not being the best locker room guys, of guys who are not the best team players. But you put them on the same team and instant chemistry, and they've also embraced the Warriors culture, and that's why we're here talking about these golden vibes.
I think part of it is, and I know there's Kerr has his, by the way, Mike Silver got a chance to get his tweet out. See that? After the Warriors pull off this masterpiece, Kerr plays 12 guys, Pat Spencer, Guy Santos, Silver with a very well-timed at the end of the final buzzer, all caps, fire Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
It's a great tweet from Mike.
It's a tough day to be a Steve Kerr hater.
Hold that, haters! Yeah, it is. And I think that the Buddy Jimmy comedy is in part a result of the culture Kerr creates. I think Kerr knows what it's like to be an NBA superstar champion, to play around superstars, to be around Michael freaking Jordan and win championships with. I mean, bro, you want street cred? Guys out here brawling with Jordan and winning championships, hitting shots to pick up Jordan, right? I mean...
Yeah, but Murph, he can't figure out a rotation in the middle of January, so you got to fire him.
And Curry is the other part of it. The fact that Steph is the greatest human being in Western civilization means that Buddy and Jimmy can come here and be funny and be friends and all that, you know? Give me the White... Remember that... what's that Jack White song, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I can tell that we are going to be friends. You know that one. You know
I don't know if I know that one.
You guys know that one.
I can tell that we are going to be friends.
Yeah. It's Jack White from the White Stripes. It's like a little kid song. They use it on, like, when you raise kids, you hear it on Sesame Street, but they play it on occasion because he's Jack White from the White Stripes, who are going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I believe. You got this one there? Yeah, Jack White. Yeah, you got it. You can find it for you. It's a cute little song. It's a little ditty about walking to school and becoming friends. I think we're going to need it for Steph and for Jimmy and Buddy.
What's the song? People, let me tell you about my best friend.
Great knowledge.
Well, I told
Courtship of Eddie's father.
Nice,
Wow.
dude. I know that because it was the theme song they used for Robin Big on MTV.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
People, let me tell
we
you
can
about
definitely,
my best friend.
He's my up, my down, my one. Yeah, you can definitely use that for Jimmy and Buddy. We can use that.
He's my best friend.
We can tell... all the Friends songs, you know. I think you find that Jack White there? All right, never mind.
Yeah, it doesn't exist,
let's get
Murph.
out. Let's get out.
Time to go.
We got Sam Gordon, Commissioner Gordon. We'll riff with that. We'll see if he rolls with it, that he is Commissioner Gordon to Batman, Robin, and Alfred. Has there been a spike in Batman, like, movie rentals because of all this Warrior
Definitely
talk?
in the Bay Area, for sure. Check out those Netflix
On
numbers.
KNBR, Sam Gordon of the Chronicle next on the Sports Leader.
I'm Batman.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Marin Health, here you go. Taking care of everybody. It's very important. Yeah, we can brag about the world-class beauty of the North Bay, but what about the world-class health care? Marin Health, not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right, well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttard is still who he is.
I mean, Buttard.
But you had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman-like.
Incredible. You found it. Jack White. We're going to be friends. This is a big one. Like you play the elementary school slideshow on the last day of school. You know what I mean? So there you go. Or the courtship of Eddie's father, whatever you want. All I know is it's one of the many angles from last night. Steph Curry's hamstring looming over the proceedings, but Jimmy and Buddy leading the way and doing a comedy routine afterwards. So many different threads going on. Draymond's defense, Kuminga's possibilities, a million things to talk about with Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle. Sam on the Yuma guest line after a wild, dramatic Tuesday night in Minnesota. It's a Wednesday morning in Minnesota. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Sam.
What's up, guys? Doing well. Happy Tuesday. And we'll see what happens from here on out, right? Warriors up 1-0. Game 2 Thursday at Target Center.
So we're going to, because we're a morning show, we do stupid stuff. We're, carrying this whole Batman-Robin thing together. We were like, wait a minute. Could Sam Gordon be Commissioner Gordon? You ready?
Maybe I, who knows, right? Who knows? Maybe so.
All right. So Steph in the hamstring. That's where it starts. And here's the problem, I guess. We don't know, right? But, I mean, are you already thinking no way tomorrow and then even thinking realistically no way games 3 and 4?
I mean, I would be pretty surprised, right? And we'll get. I would expect we'll get an update, sometime this afternoon, morning, afternoon, maybe afternoon here, or morning on the West Coast time in California. We'll see. But as things presently stand, right, the Warriors are preparing to play without him. Certainly in the short term, maybe for the rest of the series, right? Hamstrings, soft tissue injuries are tricky. There's based on what I've read, what I've seen, just trying to do my research. There's a range of outcomes. There's a spectrum of outcomes for this, and depending on the severity of the strain, could put his series in jeopardy. So certainly not ideal by any means, and obviously, right? It took a total team effort, a spectacular defensive effort, and contributions up and down the roster to take a 1-0 lead. That being said, the Warriors proved they can beat the Timberwolves, when they're at full strength on the road, mostly without Stephen Curry. So if they did it once, there has to be a belief, right? There has to be a belief that they could do it twice, 3 times, 4 times. That's, probably what they're going to need to get them through this series. And again, we'll see what happens with the update. But without Curry, right, for the majority of the game last night, a super impressive victory to go and steal one on the road and do what they need to do to put themselves in a position to maybe win the series.
Sam, if Steph Curry does end up missing the game tomorrow night, what do you think the replacement option is in the starting lineup? Does Moses Moody get inserted back into the starting lineup? Is it GP2, or could it possibly be even a guy like Pat Spencer?
I would imagine probably, my guess on the onset would be GP2, right? We saw him start the second half, played 26 minutes, last night, the most of any reserve. And, certainly not a traditional point guard by any sense with his traditional role on the offense, but he's a point guard at Oregon State. Obviously can handle the ball, did it in a pinch, did it in spots this season when Curry didn't play. You have, of course, Jimmy Butler probably going to assume, a point forward-ish role, more so kind of like he assumed in the second half, but really like he tends to have just in general, certainly more volume in certain spots than others. But I would definitely expect Pat Spencer to be a part of the rotation, as he was in the second half last night. Steve Kerr talked post-game, said that Spencer will see an increase in playing time, and there is an unwavering belief in him, up and down that roster, from, his competitiveness, his ability to get in the paint, his ability to manage the game, high IQ with his feel, and then athletically, he's going to be one of the best athletes on any floor that he's on. We've seen that throughout the course of the season. So, yeah, to answer your original question, would expect GP2. But Kerr showed last night he'll whatever it looks like, however it's got to look, he's willing to make it happen in order to win. So expecting bigger minutes from Pat Spencer. Certainly he's ready for the assignment. But ultimately a big workload for Jimmy Butler, for Draymond Green, for Buddy Hield, for the Brandon Podziemski, for guys that we saw have a big workload last night. The onus is going to be on them to drive scoring, to create advantages, and then the rest of the team to follow suit.
Yeah, the voice is Sam Gordon, the excellent beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle in Minnesota, covering the Warriors after the big win last night. Game 1, Steph Curry, hamstring injury in the second quarter. Warriors win anyway, 99-88. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I just need to stay on Pat Spencer for just a minute because, let's just call it for what it is. Sam, he just doesn't look the part, right? Little 6'3" white guy with a mustache. There's no overt distinguishing feature on this guy. You just don't see guys who look like him in the NBA. What's he like to cover? How's his personality? Who does he hang out with? What's the story on Pat Spencer?
It's one of the greatest stories in the NBA, and maybe I'm really trying not to use hyperbole here, but if you take a step back, one of the greatest stories and most unique stories in NBA history, right? Pat Spencer is one of the greatest lacrosse players ever at Loyola in Maryland. Won the equivalent for the Heisman Trophy of lacrosse. Dominant career, set all kinds of records. And more or less, his passion was basketball, played at Northwestern a fifth year, and basically walked on his way into the NBA. Walked on his way in the NBA. And you see the kind of the lacrosse background with the physicality that he plays with, certainly not hesitant to throw his body around there. With contact and whatnot, gets into the paint. There's no fear in him whatsoever. He's been, maybe not necessarily on the basketball court, but he's been the target, the focal point of game plans. You figure, it's his whole life, right? Playing lacrosse, being the star that he was. Understands competition at the highest level. He's very high IQ, very talkative, right? Talkative not just with us in the media, always down to kind of share his perspective on the game, but you're talking to guys in the locker room. You heard Draymond Green at the podium. He's vocal in general. He has a resolute belief in who he is. He knows who he is, and in order to get to this point, right? Think about the confidence that it required to get to this point, this unconventional pathway to make the NBA. So if he's in line for an extended role, 15, 20, 25 minutes, whatever that may look like, he's going to be ready for it. And the Warriors, again, have full trust in him to deliver, more or less, right? To deliver. They've seen him work through the program. He battled a hip injury through this program. The team maintained faith in him. They converted his two-way contract to a standard deal during the season. And what a big opportunity for him, with Curry out, right? Obviously, basketball fans, the Warriors, nobody wants Steph Curry out or any significant injury at this stage of the season, right? Where it's for all the marbles, it's battling at the highest level. But this is in turn potentially an opportunity for Pat Spencer, a guy who again has one of the most unique journeys to the NBA in the history of league, and who's been a great player to cover. Great insights, and certainly, brings some excitement whenever he goes into the game with this style of play.
Fantastic breakdown. Yeah. I loved it.
Phenomenal.
It's true.
Sam Gordon is the voice here this morning on the UMA guest line from the San Francisco Chronicle, talking about the Warriors still in Game 1 after the Steph Curry injury. And Sam, once again, they did it with defense, limiting Minnesota to only 88 points. Now, there's two ways to view this game yesterday. One is that the Minnesota team just did not shoot the way they shot during the regular season, where they were a top 5 team with three-point percentage. But also, the other way to look at it is it because of the pressure and the overall defensive ability of this Warriors roster. What's your breakdown of the Warriors holding Minnesota to only 88 points last night?
Yeah, I think two things can be true at the same time, right? The Timberwolves certainly missed some good looks. It's cliche. We might hate cliches. We might hate it, going back to it and citing it. But at the end of the day, right, make or miss league. It is. The Warriors, even without Stephen Curry, made almost 23s and basically won the game. That's where they were getting their offense from. They shot below 40% from the field, but better than 40% from the three-point line. That was a huge key, obviously, in swinging the game in their favor. But for the Wolves, they were never really able to get into a rhythm, and you would imagine that the Warriors are going to live with Julius Randle, Jaden McDaniels, Mike Conley, like those guys shooting three. You can't take everything away, so there's going to be shots that they're willing to concede. What you want to take away is Anthony Edwards at the basket, and they did that, right? They did that with by mixing in that 1-3-1 zone that was so effective against the Houston Rockets by. Let's call it what it is. Effective on-ball defense by Buddy Hield and others, and also great late help from the Gabs, right? Helping, collapsing the paint when Anthony Edwards gets to the rim and leaving him a split second to kick out where the Warriors can, feel good about their ability to scramble and contest, or putting him in position to make contested finishes. So he, of course, found a groove in the second half, but by then it was too late. He missed his first 10 shots. It's going to be tough to win against an excellent defense like the Warriors that were really, really good when your star player isn't scoring and isn't putting consistent pressure on the rim and generating rhythm on offense. And then again defensively, Draymond Green, the whole team. It was Green, of course, leading the charge with what he does, roaming all over the floor, playing bigger than his size. Right, having to bang down on the boards down low with Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, Julius Randle, so on and so forth. But it was a masterful team effort, mixing defenses, mixing looks, mixing coverages, and then going 12 deep. Right after playing an exhaustive Game 7, and some of that was obviously with Steph Curry going out. I asked Steve Kerr about it post game. He didn't plan to play 12 guys. He was winging it the whole second half. But hey, had fresh legs out there, supporting Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Buddy Hield, chipping in with great team defense, and the result was what it was. So you'd expect the Timberwolves, certainly, again, a top 5 3-point shooting team in the league. They shot, they had a game against the Lakers where they made 50% of their threes. You would expect the shooting to regress or progress to the mean at some point, but the Warriors are going to make it challenging, right? Even without Steph Curry, top tier defensive game plan. It was executed to a T, and the Wolves are going to have to make some adjustments to see what they can do in order to score the ball better in Game 2.
It's always fun talking Warriors with Sam Gordon, the excellent beat writer for the Chronicle. Everybody should read him at sfchronicle.com, as I do every day. I got to ask you about Jimmy Butler. This is the guy. Now, the fans booed him. It wasn't quite the mania that we all were thinking, but I saw a note from the beat, his chat with you guys after the game, that he said he was going to go to the gym today and work on his one-on-one game because he knows he needs to fine-tune his scoring. And I'm thinking, I look at last night, 7 of 20 from the field, 20 points. Now, Miami Heat Jimmy was scoring what? Well, he was scoring north of 30 in games, wasn't he? The famous runs to the playoffs. So is that something? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, he had a 50-piece against the Milwaukee Bucks in that first-round series a couple years ago. He's going to, right? There's an understanding he's going to have to score more. At the same time, he's not going to force anything. That's not how Jimmy Butler plays. You look for your shots. You maybe look to create advantages that are a little bit more favorable for him at certain junctures. But he made it abundantly clear, right? Yeah, but he might press the issue a little more. There might be more usage, but it's still all about playing the right way and creating advantages for his teammates to capitalize on as well. So we'll definitely, expect an uptick of usage for Jimmy Butler on the ball, and certainly a little bit more of a focus for him as a scorer, and maybe a different pace, right? For the Warriors offensively, right? The ball movement, you don't want to look to run and push and transition when you can in spots just because you never want to play against a set half-court defense. But Jimmy Butler showed it, like you mentioned, in Miami. Put him on the ball, on the block, slow those possessions down, limit the possessions when you don't have your best player out there, Stephen Curry, to not have to want to position yourself in as big of a possession battle with a team that on paper has more of their top dogs. So yeah, we might see a different approach, but overall, Butler understands it's going to take Buddy Hield knocking down shots, Brandon Podziemski at some point knocking down shots, finding his rhythm, Jonathan Kuminga, Gary Payton II, Quentin Post, so on and so forth, all the contributions that the Warriors got off the bench. So yeah, the onus is going to be on him as now the de facto kind of number one option on this team, but there's going to be a trickle-down effect with his playmaking as well, with Draymond Green's playmaking, and guys are going to have to knock down shots and take advantages of their favorable matchups that he helps create too.
Sam, everybody has an opinion on Jonathan Kuminga. Some people think he needs more minutes. Some people think that he shouldn't be playing at all. So what's your opinion on the usage of Jonathan Kuminga last series against the Houston Rockets and the thought process of whether or not the Warriors need his offense more now than ever after this Steph Curry injury?
Yeah, well, they won. They won the last series. So the strategy, maybe you didn't want to necessarily go 7 games, but it worked. The strategy worked, and he had his opportunities in the Houston series, and maybe with a better rhythm, right? Maybe with some more rhythm going into the series, you would have had more consistent production. But with the way things finished in the regular season, with some of the positional overlap with Jimmy Butler and some of the advanced metrics and lineups with Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, where they were losing those minutes by a substantial margin, and not an 82-game runway at that point when Jonathan Kuminga came back from his ankle injury, a month-long runway to try and get things figured out. There was just a sense of, hey, got to go with what works right now, and the Warriors did that in the first round series, and it worked and it was effective. That being said, I thought Jonathan Kuminga was excellent in his minutes last night, stayed ready. It was 13, 14-minute burst. It wasn't anything necessarily, it wasn't a high usage game for him, but he hit a big corner three. He cut weak side for a dunk, and defensively was in lockstep with what the Warriors were doing, with their team concept. So, being that he was a 15, 16-point scorer in the regular season, his force towards the basket, yeah, I would expect, probably a bigger opportunity, more minutes for him in this series. Now without Steph Curry, I think his rim pressure is going to be, can be certainly a big weapon for Golden State in this series because, the Warriors won, but it was not a glamorous effort by any means. The Timberwolves have a very, very stingy defense. They held as we talked about, held the Warriors beneath 40% shooting and forced 18 turnovers of their own right. So definitely think this is a situation, a position where Kuminga's in a position to contribute, not only with his offense, with his rim pressure, but also with his length, with his athleticism, his physicality on the perimeter against Anthony Edwards. His spots, even in that first-round series against Houston, maybe the offense wasn't there and the rhythm wasn't there offensively, and we saw some of the struggles on that end, but was steady on defensively for the most part on the ball in that series as well. So, yeah, there's an opportunity for him to be a big factor. And, each series, each game presents its own challenges. Nobody has a better feel for the Warriors roster for what they need than Steve Kerr and his coaching staff. They pressed all the right buttons in the first-round series, pressed all the right buttons last night, and if, pressing all the right buttons means playing Jonathan Kuminga more, which I expect it does without Stephen Curry, then, have no doubt that he's going to do that and, put this team in the best position to win.
Well, you're busy giving us your best effort on the phone. Your colleague Brett Siegel from NBA, National NBA Clutch Points, is reporting that he says that the Warriors are bracing for a multi-game absence. That doesn't surprise me, but it's somebody writing it this morning. So here's my scenario. And this is the last one, Sam. I'll let you go out into your college town of Minneapolis, right? Back where you went to school. That's kind of fun.
And where I grew up.
Yeah, oh, and you grew up. Okay, well, we'll get into that in a second. But I've been saying all morning, just having lived a little, as the great Gary Radich would say, like a week seems to be like a hamstring reasonable time. And I'm looking at the schedule. Game 2 Thursday, I'm going to say no. Game 3 Saturday, I'm going to say no. Game 4 Monday, I'm even going to say, because that's still under a week. Then you get to Game 5 next Wednesday. That's a maybe. But then the big 3-day absence to Game 6, May 16th, Sunday at Chase Center. That could be a realistic week and a half type thing. I mean, it sounds like a feasible, possible thing for Steph. So I guess just playing sports talk radio. You're not in a court of law. We don't have to hold you to this at all. But just for fun, can they hold on without Steph? If it gets to a Game 6, can they hold on and get there?
I think so. Yeah, I totally think so. I think last night has to instill a lot of confidence. And, the Timberwolves, right, for as good as they are when they're at their top level, and this was a team in the conference finals last season that was favored to beat the Dallas Mavericks and go to the finals, that returns a lot of that group. Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo have been, took a minute, but they've been seamless fits, and the Wolves were really as good as any team in the NBA the last month and a half of the season, last 2 months of the season. Then the Warriors, among those teams in the Western Conference that surged, that put themselves in position to set up this series. So I say all that to say, for as good as they are, for all their defensive lengths, their versatility, their size, Anthony Edwards, et cetera, they laid an egg against the Lakers in Game 2 and really in Game 5 and still managed to win just because the Lakers, as we saw their roster flaws on full display, and we saw the Wolves out-effort the Lakers in that decisive Game 5. But they missed 43s in that game, too. But the point being that they are liable to. I mean, it happened once. Why can't it happen again? Right? Jimmy Butler, as Draymond Green mentioned, as Steve Kerr mentioned, but Jimmy Butler got a team to a finals twice, right? As the best player on the team, as an 8 seed 1 year. So the confidence hasn't wavered. It's definitely an uphill climb. It's definitely an uphill battle. We all understand that. It's not ideal at all for the Warriors to lose Steph Curry at this juncture of the season, but they just beat the Timberwolves at Target Center in a huge Game 1 that the Wolves had several days to rest for after only 48 hours, between Game 7 of the Houston series and Game 1 of this series. So yeah, I think they can. Will they? I'm not sure. We're going to see. It's going to come down to a lot of the same things it did last night: ball security, winning the margins, winning the glass, limiting, Anthony Edwards' effectiveness, not stopping him. You're not going to be able to do that, but preventing him from dominating a game at the point of attack, which, there's been vulnerabilities from the Warriors there at the second half of the season, not last night. So if they can do all those things, yeah, you put yourselves in position to be still if Steph Curry is able to come back, and then at that juncture, all bets are off. We see what happens in Game 6 and Game 7 if he comes back, if it gets that far, and the Warriors have to feel pretty good about their chances if they take it that far to begin with.
Man, good stuff. Great drama. That's why we love sports, why we love basketball. It's all fun. All right, so you get to see some family?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually staying with my parents. I grew up probably 8-10 minutes from the Target Center.
Oh, that's awesome.
I've spent enough time in hotels, not that I don't, enjoy that whole experience, but if I love coming home, seeing my folks, seeing some friends, some friends here in the Twin Cities media market as well. So, yeah, it's been awesome, and then beautiful weather here too at this time of year. The Twin Cities isn't all bad, despite the arduous months of December, January, February, and usually March. So, gorgeous weather and big Game 2 tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
I'm going to date you here, Sam. What's your birth year? When were you born?
I was born in 92.
Okay, so I'm going childhood posters that are still in your bedroom. What, Allen Iverson, Kevin Garnett, Joe Mauer? What are we doing here?
Latrell Sprewell?
The one that comes to mind, actually, believe it or not, was Tim Duncan.
Okay.
I had a Tim Duncan poster. I always, as a kid, I loved going grew up going to Timberwolves games, watching, Kevin Garnett and seeing all the other great players from around the league. That's where I fell in love with basketball. But as a kid, I also had a great admiration and great sense of respect for the way that the Spurs played. Just, team-oriented, two-way basketball. A lot of the principles, right, that Steve Kerr, having played for Greg Popovich, played for the Spurs, of course, stylistically different, but a lot of those structural principles that were in place in San Antonio, obviously in place here in Golden State. So who would have known? Here we are now back covering a playoff series. It's been awesome and can't wait for Game 2.
Maybe a Dante Culpepper jersey in there?
Once upon a time, maybe. I had a Jim Kleinsaucer number 40 Vikings jersey. He was a fullback back in the 90s and early 2000s. That's one that comes to mind too. Man. So yeah, the whole nine.
What's really funny is earlier in the show we had a digression on purple people eaters, which is my generation. I remember those Vikings. So all right, man. Listen, always fun catching up. Glad you can be with mom and dad and keep writing that great stuff. We're reading you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Very much appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, and excited for the rest of the series. We'll see what happens from here. Take care, guys.
Sam Gordon, Commissioner Gordon. I do have to tell you, if you're not, I'm a sports writer guy. He's a very good sports writer, and if you're not subscribing to the Chronicle digitally, you're missing out because sfchronicle.com. That's my pitch. I want to defend my old sports writers out there.
Yeah, and I remember when Sam Gordon first joined the Chronicle, you talked about how he has a word of the day. There's always one word in one of his articles that stands out to you. It's a word that I don't comprehend, but Murph's an English major, so he can explain it to me.
You know what? Look at you. Listen, buddy.
Yeah, I listen.
You listen.
Well, you got two ears and one mouth.
Unlike your high school.
You got to listen more than you talk.
Unlike your
It's
middle,
hard for a radio host.
Unlike your middle school and high school career, you listen, buddy.
Dude, yeah. I was not listening during middle school and high school. I was like Steph Curry when he was being asked about Jimmy Butler calling him Batman. What? That was me when I was getting called in.
Today the verb is cloaked. He said the Warriors two words. The Warriors tempered the Timberwolves to silence a sellout crowd cloaked in white.
Ooh.
Dude,
now, let me guess.
Tempered the Timberwolves, silence the sellout crowd cloaked.
Oh, because I know a cloak can turn you invisible, so it's got to be like a cover or like a blanket
Cloaked
that's taking over the crowd.
Something you're wearing.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go, buddy.
Yeah.
Look at us.
We all learned something
Look
today.
at us. That was fun. By the way, he's right about Pat Spencer. Go on the wiki, bro. Guy was a lacrosse legend. Was drafted first in the lacrosse pro draft and said, no, I'm chasing my hoop dream. Went to frickin' Hamburg, Germany.
Hamburg?
Made his way, frickin' Santa Cruz, back of the bench. He's right. He's like, somebody's like, oh, too much glazing on this thing. He's like, no, it is one of the most unusual NBA backstories ever. It truly is. I mean, give me the top 10 backstories better than that. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And especially, what if he balls out in the next few games?
I mean,
dude?
name me 10 other players who have ever worn the number 60 anything in the NBA.
Name
My
me
guy's out there with a 61
Name
on
me
his
10 other
back.
players who won the lacrosse Heisman and then made it to the NBA.
No, I don't think so.
All right, we continue on. All right, you guys heard Sam Gordon say they can hang on. He also was optimistic about Kuminga. Marcus, maybe not so much. We can debate next on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
We've been talking about it all morning long. What statement did the Warriors make without Steph? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I'm Batman.
Draymond Green finds Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield delivers a 3-ball.
Buddy was 0 for 8 until that bucket.
I'm Batman.
Buddy Hield pours in a 3-pointer. That was a clutch bucket.
I'm Batman.
Here's Buddy Hield. Catch and shoot. The stroke is pure. And Buddy Hield delivers another big 3-pointer.
I'm Batman. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
Steph's still Batman, and Buttard is still who he is.
Call me Buttard.
Oh, nice rejoin, young Tony. Enjoyed that very much. Man, oh, man. The Warrior. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Look at this.
Look at this kid.
What a mashup young Tony's going with.
Turn this up, everybody. It's the Buddy and Jimmy theme. After the Jack White, We Are Going to Be Friends. Now we got this one.
Yes, friend.
Let this play while we tell you this is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Yep, still going. Shout out 1968, 9, 70, something like that. I only saw this as reruns when I was a kid. But yeah, Jimmy and Buddy, man. Boy, there's a lot of joy for a team that has Steph Curry with a hamstring injury.
Yeah, a lot of laughs.
Okay, well, we got a little chime to play here. And you found it, buddy. You got it over there?
Yeah, so this was a report from Brett Siegel from Clutch Sports. He's an NBA insider. And he is reporting that the Warriors are bracing for Stephen Curry's hamstring injury to be a multi-game absence, league sources told Clutch Points. More updates to come later today when the Curry MRI results come back in.
Okay, so obviously not a shock, right? But becoming more real is, you know that he's not going to play Thursday. You could almost – it's a hamstring, bro. I mean, usually a hamstring, best case, like a week. You know, and this is, listen, was this a result of him having to play 7 against Houston? As a result of him running 2 miles a game at age 37? I mean, he's in such great shape. You had something. The human body can only go so far. So how severe is it? We don't know. The MRI and all that is not in. But, you know, when I say multi-game, it's not that dramatic to hear that because the third game is Saturday. Today's Wednesday. Bro, if you have a hamstring and you're a high-level athlete like Steph, you ain't coming back by Saturday. So I've already thrown this out to Sam Gordon. I'm just sort of mentally bracing for him to miss Game 2 Thursday, of course, Game 3 Saturday, sure, even Game 4 Monday in San Francisco, because that's less than a week. I mean, he heard it on a Tuesday night. And then even Game 5 Wednesday in Minnesota, because you got to fly to Minnesota. I'm looking at then what looks to be now a fortuitous 3-game break between Games 5 and 6. Wednesday in Minnesota's Game 5. Game 6 is not until Sunday, May 18th at Chase Center. So that's 12 days of healing. That's my realistic scenario. And if that's the case, can they survive? I think the answer is yes, because all you need to do is win one of the next 4 to be down 3-2 going to Game 6. If you somehow split the next 4, you're up 3-2 going to game 6. Now, again, that's all a premise. That's all a hypothetical. Maybe he's out shorter. Maybe he's out longer. But that's just one scenario I'm throwing out there.
Yeah, and I understand the scenario and the guessing game that we're kind of playing this morning as we do wait for the actual results of the MRI. Who knows? Maybe it could be back for game 4, game 5, game 6. It's all up in the air right now. But getting back to the actual question, can the Warriors tread water? Can they go out and win a game? Hell, can they win 2 games at Chase Center without Steph Curry? And my answer would be yes, because of the defense of the Golden State Warriors and the acquiring of Jimmy Butler. That has not just elevated them offensively, but also defensively. They've been one of the best defensive rated teams in the NBA since Jimmy Butler got to town. And we saw how great that defense was in the series against the Houston Rockets. We've also seen Steve Kerr in clutch times down the stretch take Steph Curry off the court and put in a GP2 or a Moses Moody. So that right there tells you that the best combination of 5 players for Warriors defense does not include Steph Curry. Now, this is not me giving a hot take, 808 KNBR, the Warriors are better without Steph Curry, but you can make the argument that they could put out their best defensive lineman without Steph Curry. So if you're able to hold Minnesota to under 90 points, which is a big ask because this is a big, big offense, it's a team that had the leading scorer, the most three-pointers made by a single player in their top 5 in three-point percentage. So Minnesota can shoot, they can score. But the Warriors' defense, to me, is good enough to steal a game or 2, just like we saw last night. Because the Warriors still only scored 99 in the fourth quarter. We can talk about the backups and Pat Spencer. They only scored 19 points in the fourth quarter yesterday. And that's when things started to get sketchy. But once again, it was the defense led by Draymond Green down the stretch. That's what gives me hope that they can tread water and survive without Steph Curry. But I don't know if they can win the entire series without Steph Curry.
Well, so that Jerry Stackhouse rises in the importance. He's always important, but he's the D coordinator. So how do you figure it out? The one thing I would say that worried me last night was when Anthony Edwards finally got going, and we can talk about that on the other side, about Chris Finch flat out calling him out after the game. But when he finally decided to go downhill in the second half, bro, nobody was stopping him. He was getting to the rim. Here's a Sam Gordon word, with impunity, young Tone. With impunity, which means with no barriers whatsoever. Bro, there was nobody stopping his drives to the rim. Who on that team is Kuminga the only guy who can stop his drives to the rim?
I don't even know if
he
Kuminga
was taking,
can.
Go back and look at like 4 or 5 or 6 drives to the rack. It was almost too easy for Anthony Edwards to get to the rack. He was shooting through. If he doesn't shoot threes and takes it to the rack, they're not stopping him.
Yeah, which is something that I've heard about Anthony Edwards' game and how maybe it's actually hurt him that he's become this good of a three-point shooter because he's shooting more threes instead of attacking the rim.
He has improved dramatically as a three-point shooter, and it worked for him.
Yeah, he was the best three-point shooter in the league this year. He made more three-pointers than literally anybody else, but then you go to a game last night where Minnesota and Anthony Edwards start the game 0 for 16 from the three-point
It's funny
line.
we talk about the three-pointer. I mean, there's a trend going on here. The Celtics go 15 of 60 from 3. The Timberwolves just put together the 2 worst three-point shooting games, I think, in NBA playoff history.
Yeah, we actually have the question of Anthony Edwards being asked about it. We'll do it on the other side.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'm just saying, in the playoffs, as the great Ronnie Lott told us, the booty hole can get tight. And shooting threes in January is different than shooting threes in May. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you could see even in the fourth quarter, the Warriors were getting a little tight when the T-Wolves made a little bit of a run and the rim started getting smaller. Guys started losing their touch a little bit. It took a gigantic 3 from, I think it was Gary Payton, who hit a huge one for him.
GP had one.
And Buddy hit one too.
Buddy had a big
but
one
there was
also,
a lot of misses too.
No doubt.
A lot of misses. So,
Warriors only scored 19 in the fourth
we'll
quarter.
carry that on. Kuminga, the three-point shooting, all this stuff. Chris, the reaction of Anthony Edwards to the stat, all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, nice, buddy. You're really having some fun with the rejoins. We've done White Stripes, We Are Going to Be Friends, Courtship of Eddie's Father, and now War. Look at you, buddy. Somebody turned you on to this because you don't know this. There's no way.
No, I knew this song. Why Can't We Be Friends? Yeah, it's iconic.
Well, used in the outstanding movie Dazed and Confused.
Ooh, nicely done. Nice tie-in.
Oh, man. All right. So 310 says, so the question is, can the Warriors win 1 of 4 in the next week to get to Steph in Game 6? I will take that bet. 415 says, relax thy sphincter, and thou shalt win in the playoffs. These are the texts we're getting on the Golden State
What the hell is a
text line.
sphincter?
Sphincter, I told you guys them.
Oh, did you explain that one?
Well, you know what come on, brother.
Do
Honestly, we're not going to go there. You know them. Remember I said the booty hole gets tight?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we probably shouldn't go there.
You've never heard that, huh?
I'd never seen that spelling before.
Well, that's misspelled.
Oh,
yeah, this guy misspelled
maybe that's
it.
why it's throwing me off.
408 says...
okay.
408 says, we need Steph healthy so he can shoot hoops on 17 at Edgewood. Yeah, he's going to go back and do that thing, too. 610 with some slander on the Wolves, saying that they're soft. I will say this about the Wolves, and it's only the first game. So I'm not declaring this to be a law, but I'm going to just tell you my initial feel on this series is that the Rockets were a tougher foe. Oh, that's my feeling.
No, I might have to disagree, but it's interesting because I agreed with you yesterday saying that the Houston Rockets are tougher defensively.
That's what
against the Warriors.
What I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about.
But to me, Minnesota is so much better
Without
offensively.
question.
Now, last night, they did not show that off.
Yes.
We just talked about those 3-point numbers and how they've been historically bad the last 2 games, even going back to that Lakers series. Defense.
There you go.
Defense wins championships.
So I feel like Minnesota's defense, with respect to the Stifle Tower and all that, and there was at least once or twice yesterday where I saw Jimmy Butler not put up a shot because the Stifle Tower was there. That's right. I said it twice.
Yeah, how about he go bear somewhere else?
Rudy Gobert, that mother need to go home. He need to go bear somewhere else.
So I, with respect, I just feel like the Rockets defense was tougher. That's my early take. That's my early take there, for sure. Oh, and by the way, 408 just really wants to follow up on my tweet I sent out about, and I said this happened to me now twice. On Sunday in Houston.
What the hell?
On Sunday in Houston, there was a cat. There was a guy sitting on the baseline wearing shorts. I was like, what are we doing here? Look at this guy's hairy knees during the game. I'm like, what, bro? You're in the front row. So that I'm like, all right, I'm going to let it go. Flash forward to last night. We're in Minnesota. There's a guy sitting right there by the scorer's table. Some old guy just rocking his shorts, dude. I'm like, bro, it's enough. I've got to send out a tweet. If you're sitting in the front row in the NBA game, don't wear shorts. Wear pants. All right, buddy? It's such a bad look. Hey, do you have the Don? Nobody wears shorts to a meeting, right? I mean, listen, there's a place for short pants in life. On the golf course, they're acceptable, young Tone.
Ooh, are they?
Yes, absolutely. At the beach. Maybe even to a Giants game if you're cruising around. But when you're sitting front row and I got to stare at you, because you're a part of the scene now. You're a part, like, these front row people are part of the scene. Like Rory the Greek said, they all want to show off their plaid jackets. That's a joke from earlier in the show.
That's a great tie-in.
But I don't need to see these guys with their bad knees and their bad calves and their bad hair. It's like on an airplane. I'm going to say 2 places. No on an airplane.
You can't wear shorts on an airplane?
Don't sit next to me with your hairy knees and your freaking varicose veins and all that,
look,
dude.
Now, I've worked with Murph for quite a while now, so I know that shorts are banned from the morning show. They always have been. They always will be. No one's allowed to show off kneecaps. Yeah, I'm not going to bring up Derek walking in gym shorts the other day. Thank God Murph was out of office by then.
Well, I mean, listen,
but
once again, the thing speaks for itself.
I get your take when it comes to being in the workplace. Nobody wants to see hairy kneecaps. Nobody wants to see Triple E's hairy arms, anything like that. But you're also complaining about seeing people's legs in shorts at an NBA game, sitting next to basketball players who are wearing shorts at an NBA game.
Correct. Oh my God. The athlete is acceptable.
Like, there's plenty of legs available, Murph. Why are you so distracted?
And I don't even let you wear them in the 10th row. I mean, I'm not loving it, but I mean, but I'm saying front row, you got an obligation. You're part of the scene. You know what I mean? And I don't need to see it.
Look,
hey, that's my take. I'm sticking to it.
I respect your take.
You don't like my take? Fine.
Okay, that's fine. I'll say this. As a man that is not a sheep of society and isn't forced to wear the T-shirts that they give out, how about the guys sitting front row with the plaid jackets? Take those shirts and they throw it over their legs if they're wearing shorts. You can cover up those legs. It's a win-win situation for everybody. People are wearing their shirts. They're just wearing them on their legs, which I guess is better or worse than Buddy Hield showing up in the wrong shorts yesterday.
Oh, man. By the way, multiple people checking in and saying, this is why I never work with Tolbert. You know what the exception for every rule is? Tolbert.
Yeah.
Tolbert's the exception.
That's Tommy T.
He pulls it off.
Yeah.
And besides, he wears longs, too, by the way. He doesn't wear shorts.
And by the way, he wears shorts during, broadcasts. This guy never wears pants.
Yeah, but again, he wears longs. It's a little more respectable. You know what I mean? They're not coming up over the knee when he's sitting down.
You don't like those little 5-inch seams that everybody's wearing these days?
Exactly, bro.
But you're Daisy Duke Murph. You had the short shorts.
That is correct. There are times.
There goes Murph in the Daisy Dukes. Oh.
And I have worn shorts on a plane on my way to a dream trip, and it's bad. I know it's bad form. Listen, I'm not saying, what am I? I'm a human. I'm a human being. And I believe I even wore shorts once to work because I had a flight right after, and I got roasted, and and I deserved it. Mm-hmm. I deserved it, quite frankly. But anyway, that's my take. We can move on to the next take now.
I like it, Murph. Let's keep it moving.
I had to respond. There were a couple people on the text line who saw my tweet. They're like, dude, are you going to need more on this?
I saw the tweet, too, and I was confused. I was like, I got bigger problems. I got Ryan Walker walking dudes. I got Steph Curry walking off the court, and Murph's concerned about this guy's kneecaps.
See, here's 831. See, every now and then, I got the hate out there. 831 says, this is the best non-sports take I've ever heard on this show. And I'll take it a step further and say short shorts on men are a disgrace. You think knees are bad? I want no part of your thighs. Who has that sound? Nobody. The Don.
Oh,
Don. He wore shorts.
Nobody does.
We have multiples. There was a scene from The Irishman and a scene from The Sopranos in which they both condemn shorts.
Well, Murph, I don't have that sound, but I have this sound. Because we got a Shams bomb.
Okay.
Shams Charania with an update on Steph Curry. Golden State's Warriors starting point guard Stephen Curry has sustained a grade 1 left hamstring strain and will be ruled out for Game 2 against Minnesota on Thursday, sources tell ESPN.
Okay. So, obviously,
we are
not a surprise, but we have the number now. Grade 1 hamstring strain. Now everybody goes to their WebMD. According to WebMD or AI, a grade 1 hamstring strain is a mild injury. Okay.
Mild.
That's good news right out of the gate.
All right.
Now, again, this is according to the robots. Often described as a slight pull or overstretch without significant tearing of the muscle fibers. Okay. Well, this is good. We're good. Okay. It typically causes mild pain, tenderness, and potentially some stiffness, but minimal swelling and no major loss of strength. Again, this is the web speaking, not me. This is the web doctor here. Now it says recovery from a grade 1 strain usually takes a few days, to a couple of weeks with proper treatment. Now, that's the AI robot that just told me that didn't factor in the fact that Steph Curry's trying to win an NBA championship. So one would presume that he would play in some degree of pain. But if it's only a few days to kind of get back on the court, maybe that whole Game 6 scenario just got blown up. Maybe now, so Game 2 Thursday, no. Game 3 Saturday, does that even enter the equation now? Does Game 4 next Monday enter the equation? Does Game 5 next Wednesday? I'd say right now, Game 4 Monday has re-entered the chat.
Ooh,
that's my take.
Back in the conversation. And I guess these are really good questions, Murph, but these are questions for Rick Celebrini, questions for Brandon Payne.
But grade 1 is huge because grade 2 is a partial tear and grade 3 is a complete tear.
Yeah, so I think this is a good sign. And we actually had a texter ask us earlier, has Steph Curry ever dealt with a hamstring injury in his career? Now, Shams also points out in his tweet that this is the first strained muscle of Steph Curry's career, so the exact return timetable is unclear because this is his first rehab for an injury like this.
Okay. Listen, it's thank you, Shams. He got the number. So, it's 9:43. It's 11:43. But I got that MRI done early.
Got it done quick.
Yeah. You ever had an MRI?
Oh, yeah, dude. I've spent
They're so weird.
hours in that
You're
tube.
in that tube.
Yeah, dude.
It's making noise and everything.
Taking pictures of
it's
you.
like hammers. Sounds like hammers and pots and pans are banging around.
You're not allowed to move.
It's like what
you're
the
in a
hell's
coffin.
going on? Yeah, you got to just chill out, take a Xanax.
I feel like I'm getting buried 6 feet under.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
You've never been in the MRI tube,
I had a buddy freak. One of my buddies is claustrophobic. He had to tap out.
Oh, man.
He had me freaked out. Then I was like, come on. I did it. I was like, yeah, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but you can do it.
Yeah, it's just like taking a nap in a cot.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, so they got it done. 408 says, can Tom Brady loan Steph the hyperbaric chamber?
Yeah, give him some of that avocado ice cream.
Man. We did promise this Ant Edwards reaction.
Oh, yeah, this is good.
To the bad shooting. They are on a stretch where, well, you'll hear it. It's on your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
Yeah.
I think Dave McManaman of ESPN, the T-Wolves are doing a joint press conference. It's Anthony Edwards joined by a couple teammates. Who's there with him? I can't see with my eyes.
Oh, I can't see
Nas
from here.
Reed.
Looks like Nas Reed and Julius Randle.
God, Julius got an old man's face, man. Yeah. Did you see Julius Randle's kids in the front row? One of the kids was playing a game on a phone.
Was he wearing shorts?
He might have been. By the way, somebody's like, here comes the typical, yo, get off my lawn. Oh, that's cute. That's clever. Some guy goes, Murph with his hot 65 to 105 demographic take. Here's the funny thing. The guy I'm calling out was north of 65. It was an old guy. Wow. It was an old guy wearing shorts. Made it even doubly worse. Wow. It's like, bro, you should have a little civil. Aren't you more civilized? Can't you afford pantalones?
I mean, my guy's almost dropping an okay boomer on this guy.
Okay, boomer.
On this old guy. So anyway, McManaman tells Anthony Edwards how bad their shooting is, and Anthony's reaction, if you can see it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, is pretty funny. His eyes grow wide.
We just got the numbers that you guys going 12 for 76 over the last 2 games is the worst three-point shooting in the history of the NBA playoffs. And for a team that was 4th in three-point percentage and 5th, I think, three-pointers made.
He said 12 for 70. God damn.
Like, how do you even make sense of it?
That's how it go. You know what I'm saying? You have stretches where you shoot the ball really, really well, then you have stretches where you shoot the ball really, really bad. You just hope the good outweigh the bad. And I'm not going to say it's going bad for us right now. We just didn't shoot it well tonight. I'm not really worried about the last series or whatever that was. That was a month ago, if you ask me. But, yeah, tonight we didn't shoot the ball well, but tonight is over. So next game we'll shoot the ball really well.
It was pretty funny to see their reaction. They laughed.
Dude, his eyes were huge.
Give me their reaction, like right then they started. I mean, you got to give them a little credit. They weren't like, hey, man, don't bring me these negative stats. They just started laughing.
The jaw drop of an ant is hilarious.
Oh, man. You got it for me again, Tony? Here it is. Yeah.
For a team,
Look at his face. Look at his face. That's a good meme, isn't it?
3-point
Look at how he turns and he looks at Julius Randle. Yeah. And you get the audio on that, too?
Damn, 12 for 76.
All right,
damn.
All right. So, anyway.
Yeah, I think they're going to shoot better than 12 for 76, but for a team that was top 5 in the NBA in three-point percentage, they still won against the Lakers in that last game, but man, oh man, they're going to shoot better than they shot last night.
Yeah, man. So there you go, guys. Well, listen, we've taken you to the brink, and now it's time to hand it over to a baseball game. 10:20 pregame, 11:20 first pitch. You got Robbie Ray. The ball's coming out of his hand nicely, Marcus. He's throwing the ball well.
You've said that a couple times.
Yeah, it's always one of those pitching phrases I like.
Just coming out of the hand.
It
nicely.
is. He's on a. He's in sync. His mechanics are in sync right now.
Ooh.
He's delivering the ball well.
Hopefully, he's not telling any balls bye.
He's hitting his spots.
He's in sync.
Very good. Ben Brown, righty. Good news. Don't have to face a freaking lefty.
You're going down, Brown.
10:20 pregame, 11:20. Who offensively can carry over from that 9-run 11th inning last night? Maybe Elliot Ramos. Maybe Jung-Hoo Lee. We shall see. John Miller and Dave Fleming will be on the action. All right, we'll hand it over to Pop and Silva and find out what young Tony learned today on a day full of learning on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Bigelow T, let's go. We were just talking about how Thin Tim's dad is another Bigelow T fan. We got Bigelow T fans everywhere, including KNBR. That's why every season is Bigelow T season, and why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We do it right here at KNBR. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea. English breakfast, that's mine. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options, though. Tea is good, perfect for those who make our living behind a microphone. Keeps me going, keeps us going, keeps you going. Look no further than the cup of Bigelow tea we have right here at KNBR. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea, and tea Proud of them.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gary compared you to bickering brothers. And you're the little annoying brother and you're the older brother.
And what Gary is?
I don't know. Maybe he's the middle brother.
The clumsy one. Always doing the dumbest stuff ever.
You literally wore the wrong shorts. The audacity. Yeah. I think we really do enjoy being around each other. We really do enjoy when somebody else is playing great. And whenever everybody else is shining, everybody's happy. So it's a good feeling to have this energy.
I mean, I told you guys from the jump at 6 a.m. today was going to be a show of split personality because there's this incredible downer of Steph Curry's hamstring news. And there's this incredible joy that the Warriors stole game one and that Jimmy and Buddy did their press conference together. And, I mean, my God, it was all sorts of just incredibly fun stuff to happen. They shocked the world. They were supposed to be tired, gassed, old, empty tanks. And they went and they shocked Minnesota, held them to 88 points. And then again, we go back to the Steph Curry news, which leads us to yet another Fox News chime. Well, here it is. Young John Joe sent us this one. Part 2 of the Shams bomb. The Warriors expect Stephen Curry to miss at least 1 week. I'll say that again. The Warriors expect Stephen Curry to miss at least 1 week with the grade 1 left hamstring strain. Sources tell ESPN an exact return will be based on how their all-NBA guard responds to rehab with his first muscle strain. So now, okay, a week. Game 2 Thursday, out. Game 3 Saturday, out. Game 4 Monday at Chase Center, that's less than a week, but maybe if he responds, I'd put it at like 25%. Now you're looking at maybe Game 5 Wednesday in Minnesota. So now you're maybe looking at 3 games for sure. You're up 1-0. Can you win one of those 3 and go 2-2? And I think we've determined today over the course of 3 hours and 55 minutes, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
They can.
I would agree because of their defense and because of playoff Jimmy. We've seen Jimmy Butler carry teams deep in the series before. I think he can tread water, get a win for the Warriors, and bring back Steph, potentially Game 5, if not Game 6, worst case scenario.
And, of course, because of playoff Buddy. People, let me tell you about my best friend. We just did it. All right. People, let us tell us about what young Tony learned today. What do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, young Tony. There's always a million things, by the way. And no, these are always sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So, man, oh, man, we touched on a lot of things, whether it was, shorts on planes or whatever, shorts in front rows at NBA games. What jumped out to you, bud?
So let's go with what did Buddy Hield learn today? It sounds like he might not have known about what the air quotes term is.
Do you have the video?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody check to your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Check this out here, yeah.
Got to make sure he got his joy back because somehow he lost his joy. We're not going to say where he lost his joy, but somehow he lost his joy.
Why do you keep doing this? Do you even know what these are called? What are they called?
2 fingers. Are we done? No. Oh, no.
Oh, man. Great laugh from Jimmy, too. Great organic laugh. So I guess we're all talking about the air quotes. And I was like, who are it struck me that's like, there's some great air quote users out there. Some people said Ross and Joey on Friends have used it. Some people brought up Chris Farley on SNL used to do it too. But I think then the text came in and said, guys, there's only one master of the air quote. It is, of course, the great Mike Myers.
Essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser. Using these lasers, we punch a hole in the protective layer around the world, which we call the ozone layer. Slowly but surely, ultraviolet rays would pour in, increasing the risk of skin cancer that is, unless the world pays us a hefty ransom.
So lasers in air quotes.
Dr. Evil.
Dr. Evil.
Freaking lasers.
That's the one I was looking for. He is the ultimate air quote user. Are you an air quote guy?
I will drop air quotes. I used to do it a lot during the leadoff spot where I would quote somebody but then use air quotes whenever I think they were BSing. So if you watch us on stream, we will air quote people. That's how you know we think that they're BSing.
So if I say things like our boss, Mike Holler, like that. So
yeah, or
we have
boss.
We have one of those important meetings, air quotes on that.
Young Tony's the best board op in the building.
Nice. Tony did some good work today.
Yeah, nice job.
Did that for sure.
Good job, kid.
Yes, and 831 sums it all up and says, guys, we've known for years. Steph's out for a week. It's the playoffs. Nothing easy. Nothing easy for sure, too. And then 408 says on the text line, hey, Steph, take it easy. Boobie Miles came back too soon.
Yeah, you don't want to rush it, especially when it's a lingering issue like a hamstring.
And don't tell me that the doctor who's looking at Steph is from Midland.
You from Midland, huh? You're from Midland.
All right. We'll hand it over to Silver and Papa for a brief one. 20 minutes of talk before they get to the Giants pregame show at 10:20. So when it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service, engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Nothing easy.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
Robin turned into Batman. What y'all call buddy?
Alfred.
Alfred turned into Robin.
You literally wore the wrong shorts.
Jimmy stretched it out. That was Jimmy's fault.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Curry's hurt though, Coach. Something grabbed him. He's asking for relief from that bench. I'm not sure what it was, but he came out of there hobbling.
Steph Curry, officially a left hamstring strain, will not return.
They held Houston under 90 points in 2 of the wins in round 1. They're going to hold Minnesota under 90 points tonight. Golden State is simply a great defensive basketball team.
Something about the road teams here. First time in NBA history, all 4 road teams win game 1 in a division or conference semifinal game in the same season.
Yeah, you just heard it right there from Brian Anderson on TNT. First time that all 4 teams won on the road. But did the Warriors win the battle and possibly lose the war? That's the big question. We got the shortest show ever for you today. So the good news is lots to get into coming up tomorrow and the end of the week. Greg Silver, Greg Papa with you, hanging from 10 to 10:20 because the Giants look to take the series against the Chicago Cubs after an 11th inning outburst last night. See if they can get that done. Pregame's going to be coming your way shortly. And wow, Papa, I mean, we don't have that much time, so let's just get right into it. Great win on the road by the Warriors to take game 1, coming off of a big game 7. They capitalized on Minnesota's poor shooting, but of course the big news that just came out officially moments ago, Steph Curry, grade 1 hamstring strain and expected to miss at least a week. So the Warriors in a worst case scenario for a game 1 win, really, but they're going to have to find ways to tread water here.
Yeah, grade 1 is the least severe. Grade 2 and grade 3 would be bad. The risk is if you bring him back too early, you could have a complete tear of the hamstring. So they got to be careful here. He's going to be out a week. Let's just see where it's at. The schedule does give the Warriors a little break. The Valkyries, I see the sign behind you. They played a preseason game. By them having a game on Friday night, May 16th, has created a huge gap between Game 5 and Game 6. Game 6 is not in back to the Bay Area until Sunday, May the 18th. So we'll see. We'll get into it all. Buddy Hield was amazing last night. Draymond Green was amazing last night. They all played. It was strength in numbers. Jimmy's got to be game manager, Jimmy. You got to be Jimmy buckets, Jimmy, and not just Jimmy free throws and Jimmy pass the ball. We'll get into it more, but I think he's in the gym right now. So the Warriors stayed over in Minneapolis, obviously. I thought maybe they'd fly Steph home. He had the MRI in Minneapolis. It's tough when you're on the road. You can't trust other doctors, and I think the imaging, if they get home, will confirm everything. But you got to go with that right now. Dr. Rick Celebrini's there. I'm sure it's a credible source where they got the imaging done, but whenever you're on the road, you can't completely trust it. In the playoffs, you do travel all your own doctors, so they know what they're doing. But he's got to rest and try to come back from this. Texting with Brandon Payne last night, and Ron Kroichek wrote about it, and you all saw it. The concern initially was he's never had a hamstring before. He's never had to recover from a hamstring strain. So with the ankle, we just go, damn. And there was a time there where we were going, damn, like every other week on the left ankle, and then the right, and, you know, wow. But then he was able to support the ankle. He obviously wears the ankle braces. He knows how to play through it. So We got over the ankle. You don't want a knee, and knees have caught this team championships. But with a hamstring, it is just new. And when you first hear it, it's like, whoa. When do you bring him back where there's no real risk of tearing it? If he tears it, that is horrible. So you've got to do this where you think it is repaired enough. I don't know if you go back and re-image it. A grade 1, they're all partial tears. 2 and 3 or more complete tears, more of a tear and a separation. Grade 1 is a separation, a tear of some kind, but it can heal. 4, 6 days, a week, it depends. Texting with Tommy Abdenauer, the Warriors' former trainer, we'll get him on tomorrow. He shot back right away. This is the first time Steph's had a hamstring injury, right? And I said, yes. So that's good news. I said, why is that good? How does he doesn't know how to manage the hamstring like he does an ankle? Because, there's no scar tissue that builds up after you have a procedure like this, where a lot of times when you come back, even from a knee injury, you have scar tissue around the knee and the scar tissue tears. So scar tissue is not as strong. So the fact that his hamstring has never been damaged like this will help him come back as quickly as possible. Now, the next time he does it, the scar tissue will build up and it's all there. So, watching it back, when did he do it? And I watched it live, obviously, and then with the knowledge of when it happened, I watched it all back this morning. And just keeping an eye on him the entire game, how he was moving, and Steve using him a little bit differently now. He's coming out at the end of the first quarter. He played the first 9-13, then he came in to start the second quarter, and that's when he got it. There was one offensive trip where I thought, is he moving okay? It looks like he's dragging that leg a little bit. But then right after that, with about 9.5 to go in the second quarter, Greg, and I know you remember the play because it was so memorable. It was right before he got hurt. He got Jaden McDaniel on an ISO up by the logo, and Jaden McDaniel came out to get him, and Steph got into his bag. It was just, this is the best defender they have. This is Steph Curry with the dribbling, and I'm going to shake you. Am I going to go around you? Am I going to pull up? And he just gives him the whole bag. He creeps down a little bit to get to quarter court, and then he takes a step back on it. Brandon Payne thinks that's the play where he got hurt. Steph's trainer from Charlotte. If you watch the landing on the way he steps back, I thought it might have been an offensive possession before, but as he lines him up and jabs and then steps back hard, the left leg does hyperextend a little bit behind, and it's when you see him go back on defense right away, he is not right. He is not moving well. Then they go into a zone. They've been in the zone for a couple of trips. He has the Conley side of the zone, and it wasn't even that hard of a closeout. He just kind of spun and walked over to Conley in the zone, and you could see him grab it, and he came up the floor, and he's grabbing it all the way up the floor. I don't know why Steve Kerr didn't call a timeout after he made the runner. Draymond got it in the split action. Steph scored a basket. With the hamstring after that, he goes back and he motions to the bench, tap me out. And did anybody notice? Get him the hell off. You don't want to play through a hamstring injury and completely tear the hamstring is not a good idea. Chris Finch also let Naz Reid go in a little bit too long with an ankle injury. Then finally, Draymond bombed threes, and they were able to stop the game organically with a Finch timeout. So great win last night. I think they can duplicate it. In games 2, 3, 4, 5, you get him back for game 6. We'll see how long it's going to be. The key thing is you got to get the medical experts and Dr. Rick. This is why he's on this staff and everybody there. It's a grade 1, so he's going to be out a while, a little bit here. And the schedule, if this was the Houston schedule where he had 2 days off between every game, you could breathe. The early part of this schedule is opposite. It's every other day. All the way till you get to that gap after game 5. So they can win without him. The one you cannot bring him back too soon and run the risk, a real risk of a complete tear, because you've got other rounds to win. You win this, you got the Western Finals and the NBA Finals. He completely tears this left hamstring. He's done. So it's a delicate balance, but overall, it's good news that it's a grade 1. But when will you get him back? And now everything changes. I thought Chris Finch could have changed his game plan more at halftime. The Warriors are numb when this happens. Like, what do we do? It's like, the Kansas City game for Kyle Shanahan. Deebo Samuel wakes up with pneumonia. Like, what's going on? And then you didn't plan on that. We practiced Deebo all week, and then right before halftime, Brandon Ayuk tears his ACL and his MCL. We don't have enough wide receivers. So Steve's just run everybody in. And he was already going strength in numbers in that first quarter. They all got into the game. GP2, Moody, Gee, Kavan got in. And then, everybody, Pat Spencer gets in, Quentin Post gets in, he empties the bench. And, now you just step back a little bit. You got the news. He's not playing for a while. So the Warriors have to adapt to not having him. And I think also equally as important, the Timberwolves, they didn't make a lot of adjustments. They had Mike Conley guard Buddy Hield the whole damn game. What are you thinking about here? Now that they know Steph Curry is not playing, at least in Game 2, and realistically, we know what a grade 1 hamstring strain is. He's going to be out probably for Games 3 and 4, and Chase maybe plays 5. For the foreseeable future, he's not going to play. We don't have to worry about defending the one guy who was most indefensible in the NBA. So Jaden McDaniels, who are they going to put him on? They put him on Brandon Pajemski after Steph went out in the second half. So always there's adjustments after games 1 or 2, win or lose. And as you say, Warriors won the game, but they lost Steph Curry, and now the adjustments become ginormous because Steph Curry is not going to play for the foreseeable future.
It was a full team effort in Game 1. It's going to have to be a full team effort to try to get at least one of these next 3 and just keep it a series. Hold on to see if and when Steph comes back. What does he look like? It's hard for the type of player he is, how mobile he is. We got a really short show, so I'm just going to get down to my business right here and tell you about our Bay Area Panthers. Yes, even with 20 minutes, we are still giving away tickets. You got a chance to win 4 tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers take on the Tucson Sugar Skulls May 16th at the SAP Center in San Jose. All you got to do is tune in between now and the end of our show. So if you're listening, I highly encourage you to tune in right now because there is no contest sounder at all. When we give the cue to call, which is, hey, here's your cue to call. Call in 415-896-KNBR. You will win. Furnished by the Panthers. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Be caller number 10. Bring that outdoor voice indoors. And on the other side, let's get ready to talk a little Giants pregame and what's left of this Warriors Game 1. So much to react to. And that's why we got Thursday and Friday on our hands. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We got day baseball at Wrigley, so the Giants will be getting underway shortly. But the big story of last night, the Warriors come out on top against the T-Wolves in Game 1, but it came at a cost with Steph Curry suffering a hamstring injury, which could leave him out for potentially more than one game. More reaction with Papa and Silver on the other side, but we'll definitely dive into it tomorrow when the boys reconvene 10-2.
Hey, Greg Papa here, basking in the Golden State Warriors win last night in Game 7, and Golden State Lumber and Showroom has supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Since 1996, Trex has led the way and performance-engineered decking and railing, offering products that won't rot, splinter, fade or stain. No seasonal maintenance needed. Trex pioneered combining recycled plastics durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable heat-mitigating technology keeps deck cool underfoot, perfect for hot, sunny days. Trex marine grades decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand, making it ideal for boat owners. Considering a new deck? Explore Trek's latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. Find Trek's decking at Golden State Window and Door showrooms or visit goldenstatelumber.com. With our commitment to excellence, we're here to support your project every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, just a couple minutes left here on Papa and Silver. It's super, super short and sweet today. Giants-Cubs pregame is going to be starting in less than 120 seconds at this point. So as we kind of wrap things up already, Papa, of course, the big story is the Warriors take game one on the road. They don't allow 90 points for the second straight game. But the big but in all of this is Steph Curry only plays 13 minutes. He's got the grade 1 hamstring strain, and he's going to be missing game 2, reevaluated in about a week. And now this series largely hangs in the balance of the Warriors superstar.
All right, so you know GP2, and he's got a wonky left elbow, and he's not feeling well. He goes in the starting lineup, and he can pick up Anthony Edwards, obviously. Buddy Hield guards the ball. We'll get into all the matchups tomorrow. Minnesota's got to play better. They were off almost a full week. That's the first game, and it was on Willie Mays' birthday in the entire month of May. They looked like they never went to training camp together, and they never even knew each other. Throwing the ball out of bounds. Anthony Edwards missing layup after layup after layup. They all missed shots. They missed badly at backboards. Chris Finch called out Anthony Edwards. We'll get into it more tomorrow. The Warriors were great last night. Draymond Green was everywhere. Buddy Hield playing like Steph Curry. Just to get him shots open, and Jimmy Butler will manage the game and work it all. They got enough. They played 12 guys last night. We're back to strength in numbers, but I think the big thing is Minnesota, we thought was much better than the Houston Rockets. Let's see it. Last night, and I thought they were to come back and win the game. The lead went from 20-9 mid to fourth quarter, and the Warriors pushed him back. I think you'll see that kind of push from the opening tip tomorrow night, but the Wolves got to play like Wolves.
Absolutely. 12 of 76 from beyond the arc over their last two games. They were able to squeeze out Game 5 and take down the Lakers. Did not get it done last night against the Warriors. That's going to do it for Pop and Silver. Lots to get into tomorrow. Let's get you ready for Giants pregame, Giants-Cubs Game 3, and your pregame starts now.
Welcome to Wrigley Field, Chicago. Good morning. Giants baseball on the radio, and it's the finale, the rubber match of the series after a dramatic 11-inning victory last night, during which some records were set. The Giants had a 9-run 11th inning and won the game 14-5. Now Robbie Ray, Giants have won each one of his starts this year. He'll go against the young right-hander Brown going for the Cubs. I'm John Miller. Dave Fleming will be along in the middle innings. We got a full pregame show that starts now.
Everybody, it is May 7th in Giants history, and all the way back in 2001 is where we go. 24 years ago, seems like yesterday, when the Giants were having their second season at Pacific Bell Park. Let's go to a game against the Montreal Expos. Yeah, I love seeing that. Kids, ask your parents what the Montreal Expos were. Russ Ortiz on the hill for the Giants. He was good. Tony Armas Jr. pitching for the Expos. That's kind of a fun name. And guess what? They're both pitching well. As we go into the bottom of the sixth, it's a 0-0 ball game. But Jeff Kent, the RBI man, knocks in the pitcher. That's right, kids. The pitcher was on the bases because he was hitting, and that puts the Giants on the board. And then with 2 on and 2 out, we're going to say this name, Armando Rios. He was part of the outfield that was called the Fightin' Hydrants. That included Marvin Bernard and our own FP Santangelo. Armando Rios was a fighting hydrant with a little pop. Take a listen.
Swing, and there's a drive down the right field line, hooking into the corner. This one is way back there. It is a home run off the foul pole. A 3-run homer by Armando Rios, and suddenly it is a 4-run inning for the Giants.
Man, you can hear that raw 2001 Pac Bell energy there. Rios with a 3-run tank down the right field line. And that's all you'd need. Russ Ortiz, 7 innings, a 1-run ball. He gets the win. Giants beat the Expos 6-2 on May 7, 2001. Thank you, Armando Rios. Hey, also on this date in Giants history, 2007, Benji Molina. He had a 2-home run game against the New York Mets on this date. And also, let's go to May 7, 2016. Fan favorite and Willie Mack Award winner. We love him. Matt Duffy walked off a win with an RBI double on 5/7/16. That all happened on May 7th, and this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here, getting you ready for Game 3 of Giants-Cubs, and it is always a great morning when I get to welcome in the one and only John Miller, who was out at Wrigley Field, seeing if the Giants can ultimately take this series after a wild night last night. And John, as I say hello to you, let's just start with the good, because there's been a little bit of a mixed bag lately for the orange and black, but 9 runs in the 11th inning. Yes, it was an extra innings game that had a final score of 14-5. How about it?
Yeah, the all-time record, 111 years of baseball at Wrigley Field, and that's the only one of those where a team scored as many as 9 runs in an extra inning. The Giants, it's their 143rd season of baseball, going back to their inaugural year in 1883, and the first time that any Giants team has ever scored 9 runs in an extra inning at Wrigley Field or anywhere else for that matter. So there was a little bit of history made. And of course, maybe it needs to have an asterisk, because now we have that automatic runner, the placed runner, the ghost runner. So that was one of those 9 runs. You get a kind of a head start versus the way it used to be for these innings. But man, if I was the commissioner, I'd be pointing at the reaction of this crowd last night in the bottom of the 10th inning. The Giants did not get their guy home. which now you're on the hot seat, and the home team just needs to get their one guy home. They don't have to worry about anything else, and they win. And the whole crowd, 37,000 plus, they were on their feet the whole time, that whole inning, in anticipation of the big hit and the big run. And it was interesting because they had runners at first and third with Pete Crow Armstrong, who's been one of their best hitters, and he's having to face a guy who's been lights out against left-handed hitters, Eric Miller. And the Giants were pulled in at the corners. And we discussed this on today's Bomel, the Bob Melvin Show, still to come here on KNBR. But he had them playing very shallow at both third and first in anticipation of Armstrong bunting, because Armstrong's a great bunter, putting on a safety squeeze. And he thinks that the main reason that they didn't do that was, and maybe they would have anyway, but because they didn't get the guy home, but that they didn't do that because the Giants were playing so shallow, so that sort of effectively took that idea away from them. It's got to be a great bunt, and hey, he is an outstanding bunter, so if anybody could lay down a great one, it would have been him. And Suzuki was the runner at third. He runs well. He's got some speed. As it turned out, Armstrong struck out, which is exactly what Miller was going for. And then Dansby Swanson hit a laser beam. He crushed it, 103 miles an hour. Atom ball right at Giants third baseman Matt Chapman. And then the Giants scored 9. So there was a real excitement and drama. But if I'm the commissioner, I'm pointing at that bottom of the 10th inning and the expectation of this crowd that they're on their feet, ready to cheer home the Cubs to victory, and start singing, "Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey Chicago!" Yeah. So anyway, not that I know the words to that song, but.
No, we'll take any John Miller singing and any forward promotion we could get, as you mentioned, with the Bomel Show. John, I'm going to ask you the ultimate small talk question, but how's the weather out there? Because yesterday, it was the grandson of the wind introducing himself to the Windy City, Jung-Hoo Lee, 4th home run of the year. He's played 37 games now. That ties his whole total of last year when, of course, he had the shoulder injury that took him away for the season. But for all the ups and downs for the Giants that have been going on, Jung-Hoo Lee has kind of been the constant, and he looks poised to be an all-star if he can keep this up. Well,
it was interesting because, yesterday was the birthday of the legendary Willie Mays, the greatest Giant of all time, and arguably the greatest player of all time. I could make a very strong argument that he was the best over anybody. Bill James, the godfather of the modern analytics, he made that case that at his best, Willie was better than anybody, even better than the Babe at his best, which was pretty compelling, which was not his opinion. He made a formula to determine who was the best, and it was Willie, according to his formula. So, but anyway, on his birthday, in this ballpark, in 1951, Willie was 20 years old. He broke into the big leagues, and about a month after his debut as a big leaguer, Willie played at Wrigley Field for the first time. So this ballpark, it still exists, a place where Willie played so many times. He hit more homers, had more RBIs than any visiting player in the history of this ball. And this is the 112th year of baseball in this ballpark. So that's a long history. So many of the greatest of all time have played here. But Willie did better than anybody. 54 homers, 146 RBIs in 179 games played. His OPS is way over 1,000. He hit 346 here on top of that. But Willie also, one of the records that he still holds is most home runs in extra inning play. So wow. I think that was sort of a tip of the cap to the greatest power hitter in extra inning play of all time, Willie Mays, where the Giants put on a very impressive display in extra innings at Wrigley Field, where Willie hit the first of those record 22 extra inning home runs, which ended up being the game winner in the 10th inning of a game. It was his 5th career home run of 660. So, and then center field. And Dave Fleming made this point very eloquently in our post-game wrap last night, that when you play center field for the Giants, that's the superstar position. That was Willie Mays' position. And Jung-Hoo Lee is playing like a superstar right now. And what a night he had. The home run and 2 singles, an RBI single in that 11th inning rally. And even one time when they got him out, he crushed one out into deep right center that got caught. And so it was a great night for him, running the bases like Willie Mays and you name it. So I was kind of into that. A tribute to Willie Mays from the 2025 Giants and their current center fielder, which giving you a little inkling of the Say Hey Kid himself playing with charisma out there.
No question about it. The grandson of the win, Jung-Hoo Lee, had a little bit of that number 24 magic on him in the first birthday that we all witnessed without Willie Mays. So we'll continue this conversation with John Miller on the other side and get you ready for Giants pregame after this. Back here with John Miller, getting you ready for Game 3, Giants-Cubs. First pitch at 11:20, and we got award-winning Diamond Notes coming up in just a bit. A good segue into that, John, is Robbie Ray on the mound. They've won every game in which he has started thus far. He's got the 4-0 record on the season, 3.05 ERA, and something that's really stood out over the past couple of outings is he has cut down on the walks that were really bothering him in the early starts of the season. So what are you looking for from Robbie Ray as he's got to face a tough lineup full of lefties in Chicago today?
Yeah, and the wind is blowing in, not particularly strong, but I think a ball, especially out to left field and straight away to center, could get knocked down a little bit, and it's supposed to pick up as the day goes along, so it could start blowing with more gusto. So if you're a power guy and you're hoping to hit one today, maybe earlier rather than later. But it's one of those kind of day with the wind blowing in here, you can still hit a home run, but better to hit one a little bit more on a line than and that's kind of what Jung-Hoo Lee's home run last night in the third inning was, kind of a line shot out into the gap in right center. So and how about that for Jung-Hoo Lee? The first time ever at Yankee Stadium he homers in his first at bat, and hit a couple that weekend, and now he's in Wrigley Field for the first time, and in his second game here he hits a home run. So he's got that kind of charisma of a guy who shows up big time under the bright lights, and which you like to see. But Robbie Ray, he's made 7 starts. He has the 4 wins, as you mentioned, and the Giants have won all 7 of those starts. And I think that's one way to judge a pitcher and his worth to your club is what's the overall record when he starts. Forget his personal record, and especially now because there are nobody like Juan Marichal or Gaylord Perry with 25-30 complete games, and it ends up in the bullpen, and you need a lot of help if you're going to get those wins on your record. And ask Justin Verlander about that right now, because he hasn't even won a game yet. But I think the Giants are happy with the way he's showing and this stuff that he's showing out there. Meanwhile, Robbie Ray was getting some wins. He even got a win where he only went 4 innings in that rain-shortened game at Yankee Stadium in the early road trip. So I think that Robbie Ray is pitching really well right now, as you point out. He's throwing strikes, and he's not trying to strike everybody out. So he's got the kind of stuff where he can also pitch to soft contact. So I think more of the same is what the Giants would like to see from Robbie Ray. And the Cubs got a little bit of a different lineup. Justin Turner's going to be in there instead of Bush to try and get a little more right-handed thump in there. So and Turner, who jumped in there last night and promptly got a base hit to knock in a run in that ninth inning rally.
And we know Justin Turner very, very well, so we will check all of that out coming up in a bit. John, have a fantastic call, and always good to catch up with you.
All the best.
John Miller, you can catch him on KNBR for 11:20 first pitch. Giants Cubs award-winning Diamond Notes coming up next. Let's get you ready for award-winning Diamond Notes, beginning with the starting pitcher, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. For the Giants, of course, it's going to be Robbie Ray. 4-0 record, 41 strikeouts on the year. Last Friday, Ray was largely responsible for the Giants getting back on track after their most agonizing loss of the season to the Rockies the night before. 7 innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks, just 2 hits, and no runs allowed. And with that win, Ray became the first Giants starter to have his team win each of his 7 starts since Bill Swift back in 1992. For the Cubs, it's going to be Ben Brown, who comes in with a 3-2 record, 4.88 ERA, 35 strikeouts. The 25-year-old who was drafted by the Phillies in 2017 is getting his 7th start of the year and 4th against an NL West opponent. Last Friday, Brown started and got the win over Milwaukee while throwing 6 innings and allowing no earned runs, no walks, and just 4 hits. Keys to the game, sponsored exclusively by Stevens Creek Lincoln. Experience luxury on your terms at Stevens Creek Lincoln. Buckle up and drive safely. Minimizing the walks in his first 5 outings, Robbie Ray gave up 18 walks over 24 1/3 innings, and since then, he's given up just 3. And as a result, he's gone deeper into games by keeping his pitch count down. So can Ray deliver another quality start and limit the work of the bullpen that got a couple extra innings of use last night? Hitting the Lumber, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Elliot Ramos started that 9-run 11th inning outburst with a double to score Christian Koss. He went 4 for 5 on the night. And of course, the grandson of the wind, Jung-Hoo Lee, in the Windy City, his 3rd inning home run was his 4th of the season. He's the only Giant to be hitting above 300 and a team-leading OPS of 871. Who's Hot, sponsored by Valley Cooling, Heating, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned for 63 years. The whole lineup was hot in the 11th. 9 innings scored in that 11th inning last night was the most in a single inning, an extra inning in Wrigley Field history. Last time any team scored 9 runs in the 11th was June 28th, 1994. It was the San Diego Padres. Let's talk a little X Factor here, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, I'm going to look at Kyle Harrison because he closed it out with 1 inning and a pair of strikeouts in his 2025 Giants debut. Could we see the lefty again today if it gets close and the Cubs lefties need to be put away? We'll be back with the rest of your Diamond Notes after these messages. Here with your award-winning Diamond Notes, getting you ready for Game 3 of Giants-Cubs. If you listened to that first chunk, well, there was a lot of information to get through, and I just got to tell you now, let's go other places with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. A lot of great games on the schedule today. The Guardians and Nationals already underway in the top of the 6th. Cleveland has a 5-3 lead in the nation's capital. The Houston Astros getting going in the bottom of the 3rd with a 1-0 lead over the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates, Cardinals, you got Sonny Gray on the mound as well. And then, of course, Giants, Cubs. And then big one for the day, Mets, Diamondbacks. And you got the Dodgers and the Marlins. So that's it for your NL West. It's time to get you ready for Around the Park to continue your Giants pregame. And that's next.
It's Around the Park with Dave Fleming, and our guest today here in Chicago, a Chicago native, great Giant, George Kontos. We'll catch up with George right after this. It's Around the Park with Dave Fleming. We're in Chicago. George Kontos is here on the field at Wrigley. So I wanted to grab, Giants fans see you all the time. You're doing a lot of Giants pre- and post-game stuff. You're around the city. You spend a lot of time around the Giants organization. But still, we're in your home. You are a Chicago guy.
You know, I'm Chicago born and raised. Born here and went to Northwestern College here, got drafted out of here, and every time the baseball season was over, I would always trudge back here and spend the winter months in Chicago. So, you know, home is home, and the good thing about it is we're approaching the mid-May into the October part of the year where I'm going to argue with anybody that it's the best city in the country in that time.
How did you do that all those years of you're a pro ball player and you're spending the winter in Chicago? How'd you pull that off?
Well, when my folks, my dad actually came here on a boat from Greece, spent about 6 months in New York, and then the entire family immigrated to Chicago. And my grandfather was a custodian at Northwestern University, where I ended up going to school. And I have all my cousins, aunts, uncles, second cousins. Everybody lives within about 25 minutes of one another here in Chicago. So if I would have been the one to leave, I think I'd have had the black sheep of the family put on my back there. So it was pretty easy to come back and, you know, work out at Northwestern. There was a small contingency of guys that played pro ball that we all worked out together. And outside of a few very, very cold days throughout the winter, it was all pretty bearable.
And, you know, I've asked you a lot of questions over the years about coming to Wrigley as a kid, and you've been here for, like, when you were a young kid, you were here for some incredible moments, right?
I've been very fortunate in my time being spent at Wrigley Field, being a Major League Baseball player. You know, I was in attendance here for Kerry Wood's 20 strikeout game back in May of '98. Later in that season, I was here on the left field line, third base line, for Sammy Sosa's 61st and 62nd home run here at home. So I've seen some really cool things. In 2003, the Steve Bartman game, I was on Waveland as a freshman at Northwestern. So I've seen some really cool things here as a spectator, and I've had my fair share of really nice memories on the mound here and a couple heartbreakers here.
We just talked to Aiden Birdsong about being here at Wrigley, where he came as a kid and walking. This is his first time as a big league player, walking out, touching the ivy. Do you remember your first time coming back home and playing here?
I sure do. I absolutely do. Back in 2012, when we came here, it was my first time playing in Wrigley as a Major League Baseball player. It's a very special place for me, just with all the history that the ballpark and the organization has. But I grew up about 15 minutes north of here. So whenever I came back to play against the Cubs, there were always people either in the stands here or walking outside the gates where back then you could see through, and people could yell and say hello. And I always felt that when I towed the mound here, I was pitching not only for myself and the organization, but for anybody, teachers, family, friends who had ever supported me. So I always felt like I had extra good adrenaline and stuff when I pitched at Wrigley.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, last minute with George Contos. You're a dad now.
Yeah.
Has that changed things for you?
It's changed things tremendously in that I don't nearly look forward to traveling as much as I used to. My daughter's about 13 months old now. She's walking, she's babbling and talking, and it's incredible. Everyone told me when my wife was pregnant and in the early stages of our daughter being born how amazing it would be, and it's a million times better.
We love seeing you. You're a good golf host, too. I like playing with you. George Contos, thanks for giving us a few minutes.
Thanks, Clem. Anytime.
All right, that's Around the Park. We'll get you ready for the game right after this.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.